Continue playing the music. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication is now called to order. Mr. Clerk, please read today's agenda into the record and then call a roll.
Agenda, Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, Monday.
Mike.
Agenda, Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, Monday, April 11, 2022, Fritz E. Lowette's Legislative Conference Room, St. Croix, Virgin Islands. Roll call. Block 1, Telecommunications Update on the status and the future of provider operations and services, status of broadband implementation, and future of telecommunications in the territory. Invited testifiers, Mr. Stephen Adams, CEO, Virgin Islands Next Generation Network. Mr. Naji Corey, Chief Executive Officer of Liberty Mobile VI Puerto Rico. Ms. Geraldine Pitt, CEO, Via Incorporated. Mr. Mark Hodge, Legal Counsel, T-Mobile VI. Block 2, an update on public transportation and road construction and repairs for the Department of Public Works. Invited testifier, the Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. Chairman Blyden, this concludes the agenda.
Can you please do the roll call, Mr. Clerk?
Roll call. Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Present.
Senator Blyden, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Samuel Carrion, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Senator Payne, absent. Senator Janelle K. Sarot.
Present.
Senator Sarot, present. Senator Kurt A. Vielle. Senator Vielle, absent. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, present. Mr. Chair, you have 4 present and 3 absent.
Before I continue, I would like to recognize the presence of Senator Novell E. Francis, a honorable member. Good morning, Senator, and also Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Good morning, and thank you for being here. Mr. Clerk, are there any correspondence to be read into today's record?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
April 11, 2022, Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman, Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00804. Dear Chairman Blyden, due to unforeseen circumstances, I will not be attending the Committee on Transportation and Telecommunications meeting scheduled for today, Monday, April 11, 2022, at the Fritz E. Lowetz Legislative Conference Room on the island of St. Croix. I am kindly asking you to excuse me from this meeting. Please forward all documents received at this meeting via email to spayne@ledgevi.org or my office. Thank you for your understanding. Sincerely, Stephen D. Payne Sr., Senator at Large, 34th Legislature. Next, correspondence from Senator Samuel Carrion. Dear Chairman Blyden, please excuse my absence from today's April 11, 2022 Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications hearing. I am dealing with a medical emergency. Therefore, I am respectfully asking that I be excused from today's hearing. Thank you for your consideration and understanding. Sincerely, Samuel Carrion, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Please mark Senator Carrion and Senator Payne as excused. May continue.
Next correspondence from Senator Kurt A. Vielle. Dear Senator Blyden, due to a previously scheduled engagement, I'll be late for today's Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications hearing. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause, and I look forward to participating upon my arrival. Thank you for your kind consideration to this matter. Respectfully, Kurt A. Vielle, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
And also do mark Senator Vielle as tardy.
The last correspondence is from Hodge and Hodge, attorneys at law, on behalf of T-Mobile. On behalf of T-Mobile, I would like to thank you for your correspondence and invitation to attend the April 11, 2022 hearing on the Committee of Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications. Your April 1, 2022 letter lists particularly broad subjects to be addressed at the hearing. At the relevant individuals with T-Mobile to address as such issues will not be available in April, as T-Mobile is in the midst of preparations for a formal launch in the U.S. Virgin Islands. However, T-Mobile would like to invite members of the committee to attend WebEx presentation on May or June to discuss most of all of the points listed in your letter. On March 1st, T-Mobile will request, as provided, an opportunity on March 24th to make a similar presentation for the governor. T-Mobile is currently awaiting proposed dates from the Senate President and the Vice President for a presentation to them in May. If you can provide a list of suitable dates and times in May or June, T-Mobile will be happy to work in accommodation with your schedule and provide a detailed WebEx presentation to the members of the committee, which should answer most of all the questions on the issues listed in your letter. If additional questions occur in any members of the committee after the WebEx meeting is concluded, I would be happy to receive any follow-up questions and provide those responses as quickly as possible. If there are any remaining issues that require the committee hearing, I would be happy to assist in coordinating with the committee to schedule such a hearing. Kind regards, Mark D. Hodge, Mark Hodge Esquire, Local Counsel and Liaison for T-Mobile.
Thank you so much, Mr. Clerk. Good morning again to my colleagues, staff, testifiers present, members of the viewing and listening public, and most importantly, good morning to the people of these beautiful Virgin Islands. This is a very emotional morning as we begin today, because we are mourning the passing of one of the Virgin Islands' icon, while celebrating the rise of another. It is with a heavy heart that I take a few moments to talk about Sinclair Wadabli de Silva, the five-time Calypso monarch and member of our legislative staff, who passed away suddenly this weekend, just days after being honored by this body for his life work in the art form of Calypso. I cannot begin to describe the feeling of loss we all are experiencing at this time. Many of us have known Wadabli in one capacity or next all of our lives. And to lose a friend, colleague, and cultural icon of such magnitude is devastating to many. So I must say, though, that as we sat there last week after the presentation, or have you, and having conversation, you never know, and life is so short, and that's why it's so important that we really, try to support each other and work with each other and love each other, in order to walk through this journey in a better light. So, for us as Virgin Islanders here, I would like to honestly take a moment of silence to pay tribute to this great man, Wadabli. Can we take a quick moment of silence, please? Thank you. And I must, of course, take another moment to congratulate Miss Aliyah Boston, our very own homegrown champion, who not only won the NCAA Women's Basketball Championship with her South Carolina Gamecocks, but who won particularly almost every award that can be won by a collegiate player. The Naismith Player of the Year, the AP Player of the Year, the Warden Player of the Year, the Final Four Player of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year, etc. And as Commissioner White said accurately, that she won more awards and is more decorated than a Christmas tree. And I do take that in a funny way, but he's correct. And Ms. Boston is truly an example of what our young people here in the territory can achieve if given the right support, guidance, and opportunity. We are just a dot on the map, but we are great in many other ways. And I want to congratulate her and her parents, Algie and Cleon Boston. And I'm proud to be the sponsor of pending legislation that will be honoring her. And also, it will preserve her legacy for many years and for thousands of Virgin Islanders yet to come. This month also is National Fair Housing Month, National Child Abuse Awareness Month, National Stress Awareness Month, National Alcohol Awareness Month, National Cannabis Awareness Month, National Jazz Appreciation Month, and National Humor Month. And with saying that, it's National Fresh Celery Month, National Fitness Month, National Soft Pretzel Month, and National Straw Hat Month. Just a sense of humor. But today's hearing is devoted to receiving telecommunications update and receiving an update from the Department of Public Works on the status of roads, cemeteries, public transportation, and ongoing capital projects and improvement projects. And to that end, we will begin by having my testifiers from my left to my right just introduce themselves and do a mic test, and then we'll begin with VIGN first, then VIA second, then Liberty USVI, okay? So please introduce yourself and then we'll start the testimonies.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you.
Can you speak up, please? We cannot hear you.
Sorry. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Senator Blyden. My name is Geraldine Pitts, and I'm the CEO for VIA.
Thank you so much.
Good morning,
Speak
Senator.
into the mic, please. Guys,
Good
speak into
morning.
the mic. And before we begin, please make sure your phone is on silent or vibrate. And if there's anyone on Teams, likewise.
Good morning. Stephen Adams, President CEO of VINGN.
Thank you.
Good morning. Bala Balakrishnan. I'm the General Manager for Liberty in the Virgin Islands.
Thank you.
Good morning, Senator Blyden. Najee Khoury, CEO of Liberty Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Thank you. And media, can you turn up their mic just a notch, all of them, so we can hear them loud and clear? And thank you so much for being here. Do you have any team member on Teams? Oh, you guys good. You all are here today? And it's great to have you guys back in person. I must say, it's a whole different feeling, and we appreciate that. And thank you for taking the time out. My mic on? Is my mic on? My mic? It's good to have you guys here back in person, and thank you for taking the time out to travel to the territory to assure that you're present to give your presentation. Mr. Adams, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable Melvin A. Blyden, Chairman of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, Infrastructure, and Telecommunication. Honorable Senators, testifiers, and
Media, we stand and recess for 1 minute. We are back on the record. Mike song loud and nice. Good show.
test.
Mr. Adams, you may start over and
Thank you.
thank you so much. You may proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman of the Committee of Housing, Transportation, Infrastructure, and Communications. Honorable Senators, testifiers, and listeners, and viewers of the audience. I am Stephen Adams, President and CEO of VINGN, a wholly owned subsidiary of the VI Public Finance Authority. I am honored to present my testimony to you today. Mr. Chairman, I have been invited to testify before this committee to provide insight into VINGN's territorial broadband strategies, opportunities, and risks. However, please permit me to first begin my testimony with a summary of the unprecedented amounts of federal of funding the federal government has allotted has allotted to advancing broadband accessibility, affordability, and resiliency in all the territories. Governor Bryan has designated VINGN as a project coordinator for these federal funds. Consequently, the initiatives I share today align with his objectives and priorities. Consider a comment about historical context. I'm sure you remember that a mere 12 years ago, the territory was 100% underserved and unserved by broadband, then defined as 5 megabytes per second and the most expensive internet in the country. We have come a long ways thanks to funding under ARA and matching bonds, but there is still a long ways to go. You know that the internet is still not accessible to most at an affordable price in the territory. For context, on November 15, 2021, President Biden signed the Infrastructure Investment and Job Act into law. This act includes a significant investment of $65 billion to help close the digital divide and to ensure that all Americans have access to reliable, high-speed, and affordable broadband. This initiative builds upon the funding for broadband deployment provided in the American Rescue Plan, the Consolidated Appropriations Act, known as ARPA, the FCC's Universal Service Program, the USDA's Rural Service and Broadband Programs. This historic investment will lay the critical groundwork for widespread access and affordability of broadband, creating new jobs, economic opportunity, and providing increased access to healthcare services, enriched educational experiences of students, and improve the overall quality of life for all Americans. So what does this all mean for the territories? In this legislation, the National Telecommunications Infrastructure Administration, known as NTIA, has set aside $25 million for USVI, which comes from the Broadband Equity Access and Development Program, known as BEAD. BEAD is a formula-based grant program for U.S. territories and states. The aim of BEAD is to close the access gap for unserved and underserved areas of the country. Although our territory is well served by several ISPs, broadband affordability is elusive to many. This effectively makes the USVI an underserved community. VINGN has proposed a few programs to help close the digital divide while making broadband accessibility affordable, especially among the most disenfranchised among us. At the core of our strategy is the extension of our middle mile infrastructure to be more relevant to modern day internet use. Central to our strategy is the deployment of free community Wi-Fi. The goal is to make wireless broadband accessibility ubiquitous in the territory to enable reliable and easy access to distant learning, telehealth, virtual government without the impediment of exorbitant fees. This is a top priority for Governor Bryan. The first phase of our strategy was the installation of free Wi-Fi in the courtyards of all public housing locations. This project was completed in December 2021 and has been received well by the tenants of VHA. It was funded with $582,000 of CARES Act grant. The success of this initiative helped VINGN secure $10.1 million in ARPA funding to expand free community Wi-Fi. This grant will allow the installation of 95 free hotspots at locations such as libraries, community centers, parks, hospitals, clinics, airports, boardwalks, and public gathering locations throughout the territory. Furthermore, the ARPA grant will also pay for the upgrade of VINGN's core communication gear that was long past end of life. These components are critical to manage the expected increase in broadband traffic. The upgrades will also enable us to boost network performance and resiliency. Another provision of this grant pays for free community Wi-Fi access for 5 years. BINGN has proposed 2 additional projects for ARPA funding consideration. The first is $10 million for IO Academy. This is a science, technology, and engineering math program known as STEM that Governor Bryan has sponsored in partnership with Microsoft and the VI Department of Education. The aim of IO Academy is to expose our K-12 students to collaborative learning environments that will enable us to close the digital divide and prepare them for higher education and job opportunities for the future. IO Academy will be piloted in the upcoming school year at 7 public schools. We expect over 1,000 students to participate in this inaugural program. Microsoft's philanthropy organization is our industry execution partner for this initial 4-year program. They have committed to provide technical materials, nonprofit partners such as Code.org, and Microsoft employee volunteers to IO Academy. In addition to the software coding, IO Academy will give students hands-on experience with drones, robotics, and 3D printing. The second ARPA program project is to build a VI Tech Hub. This is a provision data center. The aim of this facility is to leverage BINGN's infrastructure to capitalize on the explosive growth of the digital economy and the Internet of Everything. The initial budget for this initiative is $20 million. A portion of that amount is to build a 10-megawatt solar plant for independent power. BINGN has partnered with WAFA to build VI Tech Hub. We are still in the conceptual phases of this project. The 3 ARPA projects, Community Wi-Fi, IO Academy, and VI Tech Hub, are all being sourced from funds already in the territory. It is imperative that BINGN execute these projects prior to December 2026, which is a federal deadline for completion. We have the funding, technical, operational capabilities to execute these ambitious projects. I would like to revisit and elaborate on the $25 million NTIA funding allows, if I may, as this is the future, yet a certain funding opportunity. There are several funding goals nestled in this program. I would like to share 2 initiatives we are contemplating that NTIA is receptive to us promoting that addresses some of them. The first project is installing free internet access in every VHA public housing unit along with a free computer. This will definitely address the primary objective of the Biden administration's goal to provide digital equity to underserved in our community. BINGN has budgeted upwards of $5 million for this project. We intend to work with our ISP partners to implement these projects. They are responsible for the end user connectivity. Our second project proposal is specifically targeted to our ISP partners to deploy 5G broadband at an affordable rate by defraying some of the infrastructure costs. BINGN intends to spend upwards of $20 million to build out our middle mile network and to accommodate 5G capability. This includes installing the necessary networking gear and micro towers. We will work to provide our ISP partners with 5G services that leverages our middle mile infrastructure. This approach effectively shifts capitalization costs from the private to the public sector. There are 3 compelling benefits to this business model. The first is the reduction of infrastructure costs for our ISP partners. The second is the market advantage of BINGN's construction lead. And finally, third is the leveling of the playing field to stimulate market competition. We have consulted with NTIA on this strategy. They are very receptive to this approach as it fits their mission of ensuring that every American has broadband access. 5G is the near future of broadband. It is important to note that VINGN is adapting our internet strategies to keep pace with the rapid market shifts. Our company was founded when the internet meant occasional desktop computing and internet browsing. Today's internet users consume massive amounts of digital content and interact globally with others in real time on mobile devices while in transit. All of these projects I have presented to you today are intended to keep VINGN on point with the mission of expanding internet access, driving down broadband prices, and providing a network resiliency in a dynamically changing digital world. Our strategy is bold, appropriate for the unprecedented amounts of available federal funding to enable the United States Virgin Islands to compete educationally and economically with U.S. mainlanders. In fact, having been a part of the VI delegation to attend the recently held Territorial Climate Infrastructure Workshop hosted by the Office of Insular Affairs, under the direction of Virgin Islands' very own Basil Otley, affirmed that VINGN's strategy is consistent with the broadband infrastructure plans put forth by U.S. territories such as Guam and American Samoa. We are firmly committed to elevating the standards of living of all of our citizens. Thank you very much for your attention to my testimony and support of VINGN strategies. I look forward to your thoughtful questions.
Thank you, Mr. Adams, for your testimony. Next on the agenda, we have Mr. Najee Curry, CEO, Liberty Mobile, VIPR. You may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Senator, Mr. Chairman, members of the 34th Legislature Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication, Senators, legislative staff, ladies and gentlemen. I am Najee Curry, President and Chief Executive Officer of Liberty Puerto Rico and Virgin Islands, and I appreciate the opportunity to appear before this committee to discuss the current status and the future of telecommunication in the territory, as well as other topics. I want to take this opportunity to introduce Bala Krishnan, our new General Manager responsible for the overall commercial strategy, marketing, and sales and operation for the U.S. Virgin Islands. Mr. Balakrishnan has significant experience in telecommunication, including overall strategy, operation, telecom networks, and digital, and will be the senior level executive on the ground to continue fostering and developing a strong relationship between Liberty and the Virgin Islands. Bala, in his current role, is a member of my leadership team as has recently relocated to St. Thomas. As you know, we recently acquired Broadband VI, and we are actively working to integrate the operation in an orderly manner. We believe the combination of Liberty with Broadband VI will enhance the U.S. Virgin Islands position as technology hub, drive economic growth, expand tourism, and create jobs. Before I pass the mic to Bala, I just would like to also to mention that we have been very actively working with different community in the Virgin Islands, including the Foundation Community for the Virgin Islands, and recently we are working with our friends in St. John as part of Earth Day. We're very much involved in the community. It's part of who we are, part of what we do. We're recent to the territory, we know that. We're working very hard. A lot of work ahead of us, but we're very excited and we have been received with open arms, and we do thank you for that. And with that, Senator, if you allow me, I would like to pass the testimony to Bala, who will take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Najee. Good morning. As Najee said, I'm Bala Balakrishnan. I'm the General Manager for Liberty in the Virgin Islands. And I recently moved to Virgin Islands in St. Thomas, and thank you for having us here. I will, as Najee stated, I'll address the questions, the various topics that are outlined in the agenda for this hearing. Let me start with the status of 5G and wired broadband implementation and coverage. Allow me to take the opportunity to explain briefly how a mobile network is designed, operated, and maintained. There are two main key indicators that we design and monitor the network for, and that is coverage and capacity. In other words, it's the ability for a customer to connect to the mobile network and be able to access it either for a voice call or a data session. How do we achieve that? Well, to expand and improve coverage, we simply deploy more cell sites. To expand the capacity to be able to handle the ever-increasing demand and more bandwidth, we add more radio channels. Yeah, is it better now? Okay. And we connect the cell sites via a fiber optic network. So where we stand today, we have an important number of sites in the 3 islands, of which majority are connected via our underground fiber network. The latter sites are operating with 108% of improvement in Ookla median download speeds between Q3 2020 versus Q1 2022, since we completed the fiber connectivity. Our intention is to continue to connect the remaining sites as we deploy our fiber network island-wide. For the coverage, we have been trying to execute a plan to add 9 sites to cover the gap in the following locations: St. Thomas, in Tango and Dano, St. John, Coral Bay, St. Croix, Scion Farms, Claremont, Green Cay, East End, West End, and Sally's Fancy. Unfortunately, it has been a very difficult and complex task to work with the various government and public authorities to lease the necessary locations to erect the cell sites needed to address the coverage and capacity issues. For example, Coral Bay, Fortuna, and East End are 3 locations where we're waiting on permits. We're ready to invest in the territory, but we need your support in deploying the network and getting a speedier way to get these leases and agreements approved and signed. The Liberty mobile network has undergone significant upgrades over the last few months. Our latest tests demonstrate that Liberty provides download speeds of 35 megabits per second on average, and the speed test trends are showing improvement of 108% of median download speeds measured by Ookla, compared to our baseline of the pre-fiber project. In addition, our customers are experiencing a 33% speed improvement after completing a spectrum addition in Q4 of 2021. We've deployed 5G mobile speeds in over 60% of the sites throughout St. Croix, St. John, and St. Thomas, in addition to the 19 expansion projects that we completed last year. As for Liberty's fiber deployment project for mobile service, we have completed 100% of the trenching work, pulled 100% of the fiber, and completed the migration of small temporary portion of aerial installation to underground conduits. That represents an 88% of total Liberty mobile cable distance throughout the entire US Virgin Islands. Now, these projects have already produced discernible results. Our US Virgin Islands cell sites have improved their available capacity by 78%. Mean download speeds have also improved. The end result is a faster, more resilient mobile network that will give Virgin Islanders a better signal, fewer drop calls, and a faster mobile internet. The second topic on the agenda is the present and planned extent of utilization of VINGN middle mile network. We're currently utilizing VINGN middle mile networks to support services we provide through our fixed wireless network with BBVI that we recently acquired. As we plan our fiber to the home deployment, we are in discussions with VINGN leadership to determine the right elements of the middle mile infrastructure to use. We see this as a partnership between Liberty and VINGN that should benefit both VINGN and Liberty. We have established a very good relationship with VINGN leadership and intend to continue doing so. The third topic, the status of 3G phase-out and an update on issues affecting individual customers, government agencies, and the Internet of Things. The sunset of 3G network is a part of a network technological evolution. Nowadays, the 3G network carries less than 1% of the total traffic, and its spectrum will better serve our broader base for our 4G and 5G customers. The increase in channels and bandwidth will provide faster speeds and enhanced coverage. As part of the sunset effort, AT&T and Liberty started notifying the impacted 3G customer base on March 15th of 2021. Roughly less than 10% of our customer base was on 3G at that time, and I'm happy to report that now we are at 3% or just few thousand customers. Besides older smartphones, the 3G base includes data services, wearables, and tablets. Sunset communications were sent via mail, SMS, and emails monthly to the addressable base from March to September of 2021. In October of 2021, we increased the communication frequency to bi-weekly, and from January of 2022, it was changed to weekly touchpoints. In addition to the traditional communication channels, we used whisper tones, hotline, and outbound campaigns efforts to convey the sunset and device offer messages to customers. Whisper tone is this is used for prepaid customers. It plays a short recording when the customer originates the call. The recording notifies the customer of the upcoming sunset with a call to action to visit the retail store. Hotline is used for postpaid customers. It reroutes outbound calls to a predefined call center where a representative informs the customer of the looming sunset, available offers, and removes the hotline SOC. Liberty Mobile's 3G page provides more details on what to expect from the sunset event, and customers can check if their device needs replacements. For the affected customers, we have a variety of phones available at stores for free. If the customer prefers another device than what's offered, we offer up to a $400 credit towards the purchase of the new device. These offers will continue to be available until May 31 of 2022. On the status of redundancy and hazard mitigation and emergency preparedness initiatives to maintain communication in the event of a natural disaster, Liberty took considerable emergency preparedness measures after Hurricanes Irma and Maria that includes designating emergency personnel in all areas, multiple training exercises, and creating a detailed emergency plan. Right now, 100% of our sites have battery backups and fixed generators, while 55% of total core network fiber is underground, making it more resilient to natural disasters. We also hired an additional wireless on-site technician located in St. Croix, which will improve our response time. For the territory to have increased on-island restoration capacity, we have increased our inventory and network supplies and provided satellite phones for essential personnel. We have also deployed 2 sat runners, which is an equipment that allows for rapid deployable mobile internet connectivity and Wi-Fi hotspot capabilities, which includes a generator and battery backup. In addition, we have open discussions with WAPA to coordinate our hazard management and restoration efforts, and expect to work on plans for such coordination over the next few months in preparation for the hurricane season. Liberty is also a FirstNet reseller. FirstNet is an independent authority within the U.S. Department of Commerce designed to build and operate a nationwide broadband network in Band 14 that allows first responders to have a reliable communication system in place before, during, and after a natural disaster. For this, it is deploying the first nationwide high-speed wireless broadband network for public safety. The network will give priority to first responders to send voice or text messages, images, video, and location information in real time in cases of emergency. Right now, the USVI has 89% Band 14 coverage and is forecasted to have 99.85% coverage by Q1 of 2023. We also have 2 mobile stores to provide emergency services. In addition to all these efforts, we recommend to establish procedures with the government to prioritize power and fuel supply to cell sites and infrastructure, and to establish access to get materials necessary for telecommunication operations. We're doing our best to harden our infrastructure and to prepare for any event, and communication and cooperation with the authorities will always be necessary to ensure the safety and continuity of our operations. On the topic of the future landscape of telecommunications in the territory in terms of projected demand for data services, infrastructure needs, etc., we see significant growth in demand for data driven by 5G and broadband infrastructure throughout the world, along with the growth of capabilities such as IoT, AI, and edge computing. Accelerating this demand is also the remote education and working environment accelerated by the pandemic. We believe the USVI will see similar trends in data demands as the economy continues to adopt adapt to broader global trends. Projects supported by the FCC for deploying 5G and FTTH will lay the foundation for the infrastructure required to meet such demands. In light of that, our fixed wireless network augmentation plan is underway as we are planning our FTTH rollout. This is to improve services to our customers while fiber is still being deployed. While this involves incremental investment and commitment from Liberty, we're making this investment as we believe this will improve internet performance for our customers, and as we believe this is the right thing to do. Our plan is to launch this fixed wireless augmentation deployment immediately and complete it in the next 3 to 4 months. The plan includes the use of fiber to offload bandwidth to key tower clusters across the territory, which will significantly increase the last mile bandwidth delivery to our customer base. We will complete this work while we also work on the deployment of the Connect USVI program. Through this competitive program, the FCC awarded us high-cost funds to provide high-speed broadband to all locations in the USVI. The build-out must be completed in 6 years. This project will be more resilient and resistant to hurricanes as it requires that a lot of the fiber be buried underground. Fiber is also the most energy-efficient broadband technology available. It is also less dependent upon electric power grids and can be more resistant to power outages. The transaction and the investment in the new fiber build is estimated to generate jobs, as the company will invest in tens of millions of dollars in the build-out of the infrastructure. It is also expected to enhance USVI's position as a technology hub in the Caribbean, which will drive economic growth, attract foreign investment, and expand tourism. The build will also drive fixed broadband competition in the USVI, which in turn will deliver better service, higher speeds, and better value for the customers. Right now, we're in the final stages of selecting and negotiating with construction contractors for the fiber to the home deployment. We have started conversations with government agencies and other entities such as the Department of Public Works, WAPA, and VINGN to collaborate and find ways to streamline the process. The success of this project will depend on our ability to work with the government and DPW and find ways to accelerate the permitting process while complying with various regulations and requirements to make sure that we meet the milestones required by the FCC and enable high-speed broadband for Virgin Islanders. We want to partner with the government in this initiative to make sure that we meet the goals of this program and to extend high-speed broadband connections to all Virgin Islanders. In addition, we have already begun discussions with VINGN, BAPA, and DPW to coordinate construction and deployment. The improvements Liberty has been making to its mobile and fixed infrastructure will add more resiliency and redundancy to the USVI hurricane-prone market, creating opportunities to strengthen the network's reliability, plus competitive offers for residential and business customers in the USVI. This makes us feel very optimistic about the future landscape of telecommunications in the territory. Virgin Islanders will have a strong 5G network with faster speeds that will allow everyone to download video, use data, access files, programs, and applications faster, and share at almost real time with more people. This has incalculable number of applications in areas such as education, health, and economy. This technology will be available to create smart cities and data centers to improve traffic patterns for hospitals to remotely diagnose certain patients, for robotics, and many other applications. We see this as a very positive juncture for the territory, given the build-out we've just described in connection with the creation of federal programs like the Digital Equity Competitive Grant Program, created to achieve digital equity, promote digital inclusion activities, education, and workforce development, and other broadband programs created for the infrastructure by the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. We see great potential in these programs, and we would like to partner with other stakeholders, such as the ones here today, to provide alternatives to make the best of this opportunity for the Virgin Islanders. For everyone to take advantage of this future, we should focus on having solid power utility infrastructure. As you know, energy is a necessary lifeline for telecommunications infrastructure. So this is a necessary and very important step towards resiliency. We also need to close the digital divide. This should be done emphasizing education of underserved older communities and other populations, creating outreach, technical programs, or workforce development programs geared to maximize the use of broadband. For all this potential to fully manifest itself, it is critically important not to over-regulate the industry. As you know, the telecommunications industry is heavily regulated by the Federal Communications Commission. So we encourage you review all laws and regulations prior to imposing additional ones that may be preempted or unnecessary. We need your help in order to close the digital divide, which is one of Liberty Latin America's main goals. The U.S. Virgin Islands need this. We can work together to achieve it. As we have mentioned in our previous appearances before this honorable committee, we hope to partner with this legislature and the government of Virgin Islands as a whole and be agents of change to provide improved telecommunication services to Virgin Islanders. As such, we need open channels of communication with the administration to allow permitting process to move forward expeditiously. We have plans to continue adding capacity and expanding our footprint, but we need an expedient, efficient permit process. This will also allow us to keep costs down, which is necessary given the inflation rate the economy is suffering. Unfortunately, this is impacting all of our operations. We respectfully request the members of the 34th Legislature believe in the power of competitive telecommunications market in the U.S. Virgin Islands and its potential for growth. Once again, I thank you for this opportunity to appear before you today. Please let me know if I can provide any additional information or clarification. I would welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Balakrishna. Next, we have Ms. Geraldine Pitt, CEO of VIA. You may proceed. Ms. Pitt.
Morning, everyone. Honorable Chairman Blyden, members of the committee, members of the 34th Legislature and their staff, to fellow testifiers, listening and viewing audience. My name is Geraldine Pitt, and I'm the CEO for the Virgin Islands Telecommunications Corporation, also known as VIA. Let me take this opportunity to thank you for inviting me to testify on the future of telecommunications in the territory. And while we have done so many times before and spoke about our technology, the aspect of technology that affects our customers will mainly be my focus today as well. So you'll see here we have VIA Fiber. For VIA, the future is now. In the aftermath of Hurricanes Irma and Maria in 2017, VIA deployed a hybrid coaxial network to restore service to the territory. For the past 2 years, we have been optimizing our network, deploying fiber deeper into our network, and investing in remote PHY technology in a program we call VIA Fiber. This optimization effort has greatly enhanced VIA's network performance. As we have all learned during the pandemic, businesses need more speed. With the improvement we have made in our network, VIA is able to announce that we are now delivering a minimum of 100 megabit speed service to all businesses. It is our priority for us to deliver a solution that meets the needs of our customers, and we remain committed to helping bridge the digital divide by making high-quality connectivity more affordable for all of our customers. As you know, a Universal Service Fund is set to expire next year, so we are working with the Federal Communications Commission to extend this funding, and if we are successful, we will be able to enhance broadband speed for all customers, including our residential customers as well, which is what we aim to do. VI Fiber is an important step forward that is consistent with our values to ensure that customers have access to the power of technology. VI Fiber is possible not only because of the investment VIA has made in its network, but also because we have invested in our people and provided them with training, certification, and tools needed to deliver advanced services. On the issue of 3G and 3G service, VIA has been investing in its wireless network. Today, our 4G LTE wireless network currently offers the best coverage in the territory, and we expect to begin rolling out our 5G services in the coming months. While we don't currently see a great demand for 5G service at the consumer level, we anticipate using 5G initially as a backup service to our fiber network. We are aware that some of the major carriers are turning off the 3G network, and we are fully prepared. Our investment in VoLTE, Voice over LTE, would allow all customers from the US to continue to roam on the Virgin Islands network in VIA, and our customers will continue to enjoy the VIA service while they're on the mainland. With all of the things I described earlier in terms of investment in our network, we are reshaping the business. When I spoke before the legislature, I believe it was April last year, I did point out, and as I just emphasized, that our funding for FCC funding is going to be ending next year. And so it's necessary for us to reshape the business. Our investment in technology is a big part of the larger effort to reshape the business, that VIA can keep the territory connected and deliver additional advanced services and solutions to meet customers' foremost needs, even though we are losing the Universal Service Fund next year and face more competition than ever in the territory. To rise above these challenges, we redirected our investment into technology, consolidated real estate, reshape our organization to better serve tomorrow's needs. We remain dedicated to the territory with one of the largest workforces and a growing network of local contractors, vendors, and suppliers of our service. VIA's network investment includes investment in resiliency measures so that VIA services are always available to our customers. The pandemic required the world to pivot quickly to a reality that relied heavily on connectivity, and virtually everyone increased the use of telecoms. VIA adapted to this dramatic increase in network usage in a stellar manner. We maintained continuous operation through the pandemic while protecting the safety and security of our workers. We expanded options for customers to conduct business online by encouraging online billing, customer queries, launching an app, and promoting self-service customer engagements. We maintained full service availability and expanded capacity to minimize network congestion. In fact, during the pandemic, VIA was awarded the fastest internet service for Ookla in 2020, and we expect 2021 to be the same. We've distributed hundreds of MiFis through the Department of Education to support remote learning. VIA has launched a 1 gig service, providing another broadband option for consumers and businesses. We also launched our TV platform, and while I say that, I also will take the opportunity to apologize to some of our customers for an outage we had yesterday. We were all on it. We sincerely apologize for that outage, and we are back online now. We probably have a few channels that we're still working to bring back online. So to our customers, I apologize for that on behalf of my team. We continue our efforts to underground more fiber, and we still have aerial cables. In some instances, we migrated to composite poles erected by WAPA. It's our aim to continue following WAPA along to attach our fiber as they roll out additional composite poles in the coming months. We implemented number portability, allowing customers with mainland telephone numbers to port their numbers to VIA. This has greatly expanded competitive options for customers who were previously locked into AT&T Mobility. We've installed backup power, which has been a big focus of the business for the last 2 or 3 years, because our aim is to remain separate from WAPA in terms of power outages. So critical notes that our network remains operational during most power outages. Customers with backup generators never had to suffer on internet outages just because of power interruptions. Sometimes they may have had to reset their modem, but on the other hand, VIA service remained operational. And that has been for us, as I said, a very big investment and focus of the business. We started a battery replacement program to update our wireless backup power systems before the next hurricane season, because we understand it's important to keep customers connected. We also make good strides towards redundancy with VINGN, so that in the event that our network experiences outages, the other is available for backup. Again, this is a big step, because as we sat here probably 2 years ago, not even the conversation between the two entities were possible. And so I have to say thanks to Stephen here, who's smiling broadly, to my left, but we have been able to have a very good conversation and rapport because we understand that together we are stronger and we can now serve the Virgin Islands in a much better way. And so we should have that redundancy part available soon. My team is working on getting all of the technical specifications to bring that up. In the interest of minimizing the efforts of outage through the territory, we'd like to see that sort of network redundancy become an inherent feature of VINGN's work services and encourage all ISPs to establish mutual redundancy through VINGN because it's absolutely crucial for business and for our customers as well. So VI is aligned with local and federal disaster preparedness agencies and actively participates in regular meetings led by VITEMA that were crucial during the pandemic and hurricane season. We are also a private member of the Emergency Management Council. I have to say again that this level of engagement for us has been consistent. We are generally always present as part of the discussion and around the table when important decisions are being made about the infrastructure and telephone in the community. We at VI, we are very proud to discuss our history of resilience. The way we continue to keep the community connected during the pandemic is consistent with how we performed after Hurricane Irma and Maria and throughout our history, because we believe as a local provider, we are vested in the community. Finally, I want to touch on some of the other measures that VI is taking to help the community. We heard earlier about the issue of affordability, and Congress created the Affordable Connectivity Program, which we call ACP, under which customers are eligible for $30 per month federal subsidy towards broadband service if they are current recipients of current federal aid programs like SNAP, Medicare, WIC, and Lifeline services. I'm proud to say that over the last few months, our engagement is yielding results. We are seeing the needle moving, and I have to also say thanks to the Department of Human Services for really helping facilitate this journey. Historically, we've always led the market in providing Lifeline services to make telephone service more affordable, and we'll continue to show that same strength and leadership in terms of getting as many members of the community who are qualified for this program, the ACP program, to get the subsidy that they deserve. As the Lifeline program has shown, subscription to those sort of programs can remain stubbornly low, and this is why VI is working with the Department of Human Services to create a voucher program that the DHS can administer. I should say administer is probably not the right term, to help facilitate to promote the ACP among more than 2,600 SNAP and Medicare recipients. The community will receive more information about the voucher program in the near future, and we are grateful to DHS for their cooperation. VI has launched the program with 3 different offers, where a customer can have a free mobile plan with unlimited talk, text, and data. They can also have a MiFi with 30 gigs, or use their $30 credit towards any home internet plan. Customers can pre-qualify by visiting the ACP site, receive an approval number, and then they can visit the VIA Customer Care Center to complete the process, and we are happy to do so. Community engagement is a critical part of the campaign, and VIA has launched an aggressive affordable connectivity campaign direct to community at strategic sites with the Virgin Islands Housing Authority to ensure that everyone is aware of the program. In some instances, VIA is the first, if not the only carrier that is actively engaged with the Department of Human Services, the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, AARP, Lutheran Social Service, and other community stakeholders to ensure that eligible participants are aware of the availability and subsidized program. These efforts are consistent with our decade-long commitment to the community, and we intend to continue that commitment long into the future. Let me close by saying that I'm proud of VIA's performance during the pandemic, and I'm particularly optimistic about VIA's future in the territory. I'm proud to represent VIA's employees, past and present, before you today, because it's only through their hard work and dedication that VIA is successful. VIA's mission is to deliver additional advanced services and solutions to meet customers' foremost needs, And if we continue to execute the way we have in the past, I'm confident VIA will remain the leading local service provider in the Virgin Islands. So on behalf of my team, parts of two of whom are with me this morning, I'd like to take the opportunity to say thank you to the committee for inviting us here to testify today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, CEO Pitt, for your testimony. And colleagues, I maybe that's it for the testimonies. And we're going to do a 7-minute round, starting with Senator. We're going to start with Senator Francis, but I'm not seeing him this moment, but then Dick Graff, Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Whitaker, Senator Saru, and then Senator VLA. But before I go there, let me ask you, Mr. Balakrishna, because in your testimony you mentioned several times while testifying in terms of the permitting process, you know, and the importance of getting the paperwork through in order to reach the customers, and the time frame of many grants and projects that's online, and the importance of that. And time is money. I understand that, and I do agree with you, because many times when I travel, I check with different departments to see how they do their permitting process, not only with this type of project, but any development or any investment. Because it makes sense. You know, you want to streamline the process basically to assist the broad base of individuals it's going to affect. So let me ask you, in terms of your comment that you made in reference to the difficulties in terms of permitting process and communication with the government officials, can you tell us a little bit about what you're speaking to in terms of what are you dealing with unresponsive individuals or issues with the process and or regulatory structure? So can you let's have a quick discussion so we can see how we can assist you moving forward, and anyone else who may want to chime in. Please.
Thank you, Senator.
Speaking to the mic too.
So let me add a couple of examples, and then I'll invite my colleague Victor to and Wanda to add more color. Through the process, as we are deploying our 5G network, we are trying to, for example, we talked about FirstNet. We are a reseller of FirstNet, which actually provides service to first responders. We're trying to set up 9 site locations, and those are very critical for us to provide those capabilities for first responders, but also establish the 5G capabilities for all Virgin Islanders throughout the island. And the site locations we have been in the permitting process for those site locations for a very, very long time.
What do you consider a very, very long time? What does the time frame look like?
It's been about a year now, almost.
Wow. Okay.
And some of them we are in the process of, in one specific location, we are trying to get the co-location agreement done, and we are working with the government to try to figure out exactly how to get that moving. And it's the communication to understand exactly who owns a particular location is also challenging. So any assistance the government can provide to ease this process would be extremely helpful. Let me also ask Wanda to add to this.
Please have a seat. And please, testifiers, also mention your name before you speak so the recorder can make sure she gets your name, okay?
Wonderful. Hi, thank you for allowing me to answer. My name is Wanda Perez. I am Government Affairs Counsel for Liberty Mobile USVA in Puerto Rico. I would like to clarify a little bit about this question. We have been trying, and we've had meetings about this, and we talked about this in the prior hearing before this committee. We have been trying to get leases from the government on certain properties where we were trying to build sites for the FirstNet Authority. There are specific sites. I don't know if you want me to go into that much detail, but some of the sites are in the property of the Department of DPP, Department of
Property and Procurement.
Yeah. So we have been trying to move the process along for quite some time. It has been quite difficult. So that's been some of the problems we've had, mostly on leases. So that's basically what he's talking about. On permitting, we have had great conversations with Commissioner Gabriel, and those are moving along. But then again, we need, since our projects are have certain dates that we have to meet because of the funding we are getting, the permitting process needs to move along expeditiously. That's
So-
why we are asking for your help.
Okay, so can you send to the chair, to me, those projects that's on a time frame in terms of losing funding because of the date, to see how we can assist in terms of expediting the process, okay? That's very critical for us as customers in the territory. It's important.
Of course,
Okay,
we will
so
send
please.
we will send the information to the commission. Sure.
To me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sure, Senator. Of course. Thank you.
Senator, let me add one more. We are now beginning the construction of our FTTH, and that's going to require permitting as well. So as we send information, we'll send you that information also. So that'll be extremely helpful.
Please do. Any other issues in terms of challenges with any of the other testifiers? Very well. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 7 minutes line of questioning.
Morning, colleagues. Morning, testifiers, Mr. President. What I'm trying to get at is in buyer's testimony, they mentioned about network redundancy with VINGN. Liberty, are you experiencing, does that apply to you also, network redundancy?
Yes, Senator.
Please state your name before you speak for the recorder, please.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
State your name before you
Yeah,
speak.
this is Bala Balakrishnan, General Manager for Liberty VI. The redundancy, network redundancy applies to us as well. So both on the mobile network and the fixed network, we are designing redundancy throughout. Some of it will include VINGN capabilities, some of it, depending on the type of network, because we have both mobile and fixed, we will use both of those as redundancy for our network as well.
Okay, so as Vaya mentioned in the testimony, it was in interest of minimizing the effects of outages throughout the territory. We would like to see this sort of network redundancy become an inherent feature of VINGN services and encourage all ISPs to establish mutual redundancy through VINGN. Now, is that being done VINGN via Liberty? Is there collaboration between the three of you to provide that network redundancy?
Is there a question to me, Senator?
I think yeah, it's up to all three of you.
Okay. So from a Liberty standpoint, this is Bala Balakrishnan again. I'll say that we are collaborating quite a bit with VIA on that, and Mr. Stephen Adams and I have been in discussions about how do we really plan this as we start our build-out for fiber. And definitely part of this is going to be thinking through the redundancy element as well.
VINGN?
Well, what I can say on this topic is that I've been in conversation, of course, with both my counterparts here, and sometimes challenging conversations because, of course, I learn information about both networks that I can't share with the other, and that creates challenges. But I will say that both companies have been very aggressive in pursuing partnerships with VINGN. And I must say, from the beginning, when I first showed up at VINGN, as Ms. Pitt had described, there was very little conversations. And with Broadband VI, which is now part of Liberty, there was a lawsuit. So I think we've come a long ways, and I think there's still a long ways to go. I'm trying to be an arbiter, but also trying to be an effective provider to both customers, because they're both customers of mine, ours.
Okay, and again, because I remembered issues, I see that Liberty, via VINGN have all done fiber infrastructure build-outs. Now, who owns the infrastructure? Is everyone building their own infrastructure in the territory? Because I know Liberty dug trenches via the, so how is that working, the infrastructure?
Stephen Adams here, VINGN. I'd like to approach that. I think that's a very challenging question because, you know, when VINGN was built over 10 years ago, the intention was that VINGN's network would be the primary network that other ISPs would leverage. VIA built their own network for economic reasons as well as political reasons at the time. And then Liberty, through its acquisition of AT&T Mobile, was primarily in the mobile space. Now they're going into fiber to the home with the Connect USVI contract that they won. So now we have these redundant networks. Some of them are mirrored networks, and some of them go places where others don't. You know, I think that VINGN's responsibility here is to be able to support both networks, so there's less digging, less network deployment of the others, and then we can provide more of a centralized network for both entities, and as well as T-Mobile if they ever contact us, to be able to provide a redundancy as well as extension of our network as possible. And in my testimony, I talked about shifting the cost. You know, there's an unprecedented amount of money that's coming into the territory. That money is not for VINGN, you know, to line our pockets. We're a government entity. Our job is to be able to deploy those resources so that VIA and Liberty and our other ISP partners can have advantages in the marketplace and create a level playing field so they can compete. So all the monies that the feds are presenting is not really for us, it's for them, right? My job is to figure out how best to utilize those resources to be able to fill in the gaps and to be able to provide connectivity and lower prices for all Virgin Islanders. That's my job, right? They have a profit motive, which is an important motive to have to be able to have job employment. But my job is different. My job is, you know, for the Virgin Islands
1
to lower
minute.
prices as much as we can.
Okay, again, it all sounds as if it that the customer ends up with. So we have to be able to fix that type of situation. Now, I know for VIA, you mentioned that you had some funding that is coming to an end next year. And what does that do to your organization as a whole with the amount of employees? That kind of effect we may have to downsize? I hope not, but could you elaborate on that some more for me, please?
Yes, Geraldine Pitt, CEO VIA. Yes, our funding is coming to an end next year. We previously received $16 million a year for funding. That has been cut to $10 million, and as of June next year, it comes to an end. And as I said before, we are actively seeking a waiver because we do believe that even as Broadband VI builds out their network and with the requirements, we will still have a number of customers because we don't intend to sit back and lose market share to any of the guys sitting on the table here.
Time.
But certainly for us, it's important that we now make sure that we can keep our customers connected. But in doing so, and as I said earlier, that also necessitated us reshaping the business. At the end of the day, the part of the business that is mostly within our control is the cost base of the business. And so for us, it has required us to, and we have done most of that reshaping, all the way down to the buildings that we occupy, using our own buildings, cutting back on rentals, a number of cost-cutting measures that we've put in place to allow us to build this organization back up in the absence of funding to continue to serve our customers and perform well in the market. So yes, we've had to make those decisions, people decisions, and those are now behind us, at least I will say, for 2022. And I've been very transparent with my team in saying the same thing to them.
Okay, and in closing, Mr. Chair, I too would like to extend my condolences to the family and the community on the loss of the great Wadabi, Mr. Sinclair de Silva. My sincere condolences go out to the family and the community. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. I'd like to recognize the presence of Senator Donald Gregory, our president. Good morning, Senator. Let me go to Senator Whitaker. You recognize for your 7 minutes. Good, Vice Chair.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to the testifiers. First off, I just want to, again, also join in condolences to the loss of Wadalbi, our Colossonian, and all those who lost their lives. We've had some of our major cultural bearers who've lost their life recently, as well as Dr. Eugene Peterson. So to all the families of those impacted by the loss of their loved ones as well. I want to first off put on the outset that I've had to the public consistent meetings with the providers before you today. When I reach out to them, they reach back out to me and to my office, especially concerning constituent. And I want to see each one of them in this room. I want to thank you for that because one of the concerns is, we serve our role as senators to ensure that we are here on behalf of our constituents. So I want to thank you for that in the onset. To CEO Adams, let's kind of jump right in. In your effort to work with the Housing Authority and supporting the computer labs, as you and I have spoken about, the legacy of VINGN with respect to the housing communities is not a good one. How are you going to help to really support that once, as we're putting the computers into the different housing community centers, that they're going to be maintained and we're not going to fall, again, to that where there's lack of maintenance and lack of computers in those labs?
Stephen Adams, CEO of VINGN. I appreciate the question because you're dead right. We've had a poor history with the community centers in the past because we basically put them in and they fell. But one of the things that's also important to know that in many instances, the VHA had asked us to remove some of the computers because they were a public nuisance. So we plan to usurp that problem by taking internet directly into the units of public housing. We believe that that's a more effective use of the internet to be able to give the power to the residents in VHA and to be able to help them have digital access at their terms. And I think the COVID has taught us that, right? As far as we're in situations where we have families of 3 or 4 and one computer and very little internet connectivity. So a community center doesn't really help them. We believe that the best way of serving tenants in VHA is to be able to provide internet access directly in their units with the government computer itself. That's a job opportunity, though, to be able to service those computers. And that we have not quite figured out, but we're working on it.
Thank you for that. And that turns now to the IO Academy.
Yes.
Because one of the things we don't have, information technology is not a requirement in the curriculum. I attempted last year to legislate that we have information technology in our schools. I received pushback. I hope to bring it again. But without the curriculum mandated within our curriculum, how are you going to work with not only just UVI, what about the other stakeholders? Do you have any plans to work with the CTEC board, Board of Education, to really, support digital education in our schools, public schools? Yes,
this is actually a very strong initiative of Governor Bryan, in collaboration with Microsoft. Microsoft has been an invaluable partner in this IO Academy because, they've, one of the largest software companies in the world. And they have looked at the Virgin Islands from both an educational perspective as well as a job opportunity as well. Is another artifact of COVID, right? Now that people can work anywhere, there's a number of Microsoft employees who have visited in the Virgin Islands and looked to want to establish their own residencies here. Those are also people who will we will look towards to be volunteers in the IO Academy and draw upon Microsoft's resources.
So thank you for that. It's because of time, but I would say let's lean in. We have to get with the CTEC Board and Board of Education to make it so that it's going to really be curriculum-based and driven.
It is curriculum-based driven, and we are working with the Department of Education now on aligning that curriculum. The important part was whose curriculum are we going to use? So we've decided to work with the initiatives that Microsoft has used throughout other school districts throughout the country.
I hear you, Dr. Adams. What I'm saying I regularly engage with the Department of Education. So I'm telling you that I'll work with you because to get it off the ground, I deal with education all the time. And if we leave it only in the hands of the Department of Education, we're not going to get where we need to be. To Liberty, I want to go on to CEO Curry. One of the items you stated is that we don't have enough local talent. We know that. How are you going to what initiatives are you going to really push with workforce development and getting more local hires here? We've come a long way, but I would like to see where we have more local individuals on the ground. I'm glad to see Bala, and I was butchering your last name. I'm gonna get it right, Balakrishnan. That in fact, you're working so that we have more, whether it's more stores, but also more providers here in the territory.
Thank you, Senator G from Liberty. Yes, I mean, it is part of our challenge. I think we do not deny that, but we have a plan in place. And the plan consists in two aspects of it. First is finding as many resources as we can on the ground. Two, training the resources on the ground, which we will. And third, we are going to team up with the university as well to develop different curriculum to be able to assist in this process and develop talent that is kept on the island. Also, we are playing with an idea of actually going to the mainland and promoting also Virgin Islanders that had left to come back to the island as well. So we're going through all that process. It's a multi-year plan. It's not something that's going to happen overnight, but it is part of our strategy to employ as many local individuals as possible, knowing the fact that there's going to be a talent gap, but we will train. We will train and we will import as little talent as we need. But we're likely going to have to ramp up talent at the beginning as we start to build out shortly. But we're going to have to go ramp up talent to bring it down. But that's part of our plan.
And just for time, I want to turn to CEO Pitt, but I do need to circle back about credits and hope to get, because that's one of the questions we keep on asking. When the service is down, credits being received. To CEO Pitts now, as you outlined a lot of some of the challenges with the funding, but I do want to say, and I've heard good things from customers that the bandwidth is increasing rapidly, and some of the questions just being asked, what are the costs associated with the increase? And so they appreciate it, certainly. I got good feedback on that, but what is there some costs, and if you can give more information about that.
So the phasing that we've done, we turned it on last week to be able to test our network. We've made a decision to keep it in place for businesses initially. And part of the reason we did that, as we look towards getting additional funding through the waiver process, we would like to be able to do the same for all customers. But most customers, as we speak today, would have actually triple their bandwidth speed than they've had before. And so we are navigating what does that mean for us for the longer term and when we will be able to make it stay in place for all customers. For now, it will be in place for businesses.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Whitaker. Before I go to Senator Saru, let me follow up CEO Pitt. In terms of, no, that's not you. CEO Adams, let me ask you a follow-up question. In respect to the community centers at the different housing communities, and you said you're trying to get to the units that will assist in terms of the overall issue that you had in the past with upkeep of the computers, etc. So I know that you're in the centers right now, so you're trying to get there, or you have had conversation and you're starting to speak with whomever, you received a grant. What's going on in that space?
So
I want to be correct on the record.
Okay. Stephen Adams, CEO of VINGen. We've done a multi-phase process. The first was in December when we decided to put Wi-Fi hotspots in all the public housing. That was kind of to replace the community centers, right? So we have recognized that the mobile devices are pretty prevalent in the VHA citizens, tenants. So we decided to put the free Wi-Fi there, and then to go further, then let's put them in the units themselves, so desktop computers and other devices can be used in their residence themselves, so we don't have to go to a centralized place. They can have the ease of being able to be anywhere in the facility and in their own units to be able to access the internet.
So it's just a plan. It's a plan for now.
Yes, there's a plan. So the first phase was with a CARES Act grant that we received, and that was been totally deployed for all of the public areas. And then through Governor Bryan's authorization, we then secured a $10.1 million CARES Act grant. ARPA grant to be able to now to go into the housing units themselves. So that's the funding source, and that's the monies that are already here in the territory.
Very well. I'll have a follow-up discussion because I know we've been working on that for some time. And where is Liberty at in terms of outreach to human services and other entities when it comes to encouraging greater participation in the affordability connectivity program?
Senator, on the
Please, your name.
Bala Balakrishnan, General Manager for Liberty. For the ACP program, we have actually been offering that program for the past couple of years, both for the mobile side and for our broadband VI customers. The programs are similar as stated by the government, and anybody who there's a process that's been established, and anyone who is eligible for the program, they can apply to the program and they can get the credits that are mandated by the government. This has been in force for a while now, and we're in the process of finalizing our communication about this program again back to the Virgin Islanders, and that should go out in the next week or so.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Saru, you're recognized for your 7 minutes. Senator Saru, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good morning to all. Can everybody hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Good morning to the testifiers, to those listening and viewing. Quick question. Let's start on the underwater, the submarine, what you call it, the subsea cable system. I know that Lumen sold their Caribbean interest to another Latin American company. Ms. Pitt, CEO Pitt, you have a third in that, in Lumen? What's your share?
Sorry, on the sea cable?
Yes.
Yeah. No, we have, through our parent company, we do have shares in it, but also we are also just connected with VINGN to give a subsea cable capacity between St. John and St. Thomas and St. Croix, because we have previously done so for St. Thomas and St. John. So we are using VINGN. We're just finalizing as a redundancy path for us.
Okay, so let me go to VINGN. CEO Adams. How does that transaction impact? Because you buy bandwidth from Lumen, right?
Well, there's two submarine cables. Stephen Adams, CEO of VINGN. I hear two questions in there, and the first one is that the Lumen is for the transit cables that connect Miami and to the Virgin Islands, as well as New York to the Virgin Islands. We use a Lumen in that particular case, and inter islands between St. John and St. Thomas and St. Thomas and St. Croix, we have our own cables. And Ms. Pitt is speaking of the recent signed agreement and currently in deployment between the islands. So they've already.
Okay, I'm speaking about. So let's go back to Lumen then, because I know part of your American Rescue Plan testimony sometime before was running a cable. You had a nice drawing for us running cables from New York down, and you kept going to the Caribbean.
Oh, right.
So I'm asking, in this whole Lumen transaction, how does that impact? Is there any impact at all with Lumen selling their company to a Latin American company, how does that impact their NGN's bandwidth, or if any impact at all?
And no impact at all. Stephen Adams, BNG, no impact at all.
None. Okay, good, great. Let's go now to the FCC grant. Ms. Pitt, the FCC grant was 84.5 million, correct?
Could you say the number again, please? I didn't hear that.
84.5 million was awarded
Yes, to broadband VI, yes.
And VIA was also, you bidded on that too as well?
Yeah, we did.
Okay. So I think I need to go over to Liberty then, because Liberty VI Broadband severely, they underbid on that project from the FCC through the Connect USVI fund. How do you plan to really meet the mandates of the FCC award grant?
Balakrishnan, General Manager for Liberty. We, when we bid for that grant, we actually went through a detailed planning process and estimation process. So we believe that the funds, for the most part, will be reasonably sufficient. We also have, in addition to that, this is part of Liberty's approach. We're also adding our own funds to on top of the funding that we're getting from FCC to meet the demands. And part of this whole, as I stated in my testimony, we are in the final stages of selecting the contractor to lay the fiber, and we have a detailed plan that we already have.
So the question would be, do you think that you have the sufficient funds? Because the 84.5 million is over a 10-year span. This is not 1 or 2 years.
That's
do
right.
you think that you have the sufficient funds? Because I thought about writing to the FCC to reconsider the award amount. I probably don't have such powers, but I would still make an attempt to advocate. Do you think that those funds are sufficient to do what you're doing?
Well, so there are two parts to this question, to the answer. One is, when we calculated, we felt that the 84.5 plus some funding that we are going to invest as well would have been sufficient. We're trying to manage within the funding. The variable that has changed now is because of COVID, inflation has gone up, as you know, significantly. Now, we don't know where it's going to trend. We are hoping that it will come back down to a normal stage. If inflation continues to be higher, then we may, additional funds will always be helpful. And if you're willing, if you're able to help us with that, that'll be fantastic.
Ms. Pitt, I hate to stick in this conversation, but I need your input on this. How does this impact VIA? Since you have a large customer base.
So for us, it's a material impact. We have a very large section of the market. So we serve more than between 65 to 70% of the Virgin Islands. And we don't necessarily think that customers are going to make a decision to jump almost immediately. Because if you think about it, Liberty's or Broadband VI win really just only required them to have customers to get the ability to be connected. So it's not as though we are dropping in connectivity into any homes, right? And the customer will now have to request it, and I think they need 2 weeks or something to be able to provide it. So in my mind, for us as a provider, we already have a number of those customers that we are also looking at improving the conditions and the bandwidth that we provide to those homes. But we'll need extra funds to do that, one. And two, we'll also need extra funds to continue our resiliency. And that's the reason we ask for the waiver to be extended rather than having it cut off in 2023, which is next year. Because if we do have a natural disaster at any point in time, we are still going to have responsibility for bringing those customers back online. And that's what, for us, I think it's the danger of not just the fact that we won none of the funding past 2023 at this stage, but also the fact that all of those customers would have to remain online and we would have to bring them back online. So that's for us is one of the big challenges.
Mr. Chair, if I may conclude, because I hope we have a second round, because I have more questions for Liberty. I have more questions for Liberty, but I do feel that what VI Broadband did and how they underbid and then merge with VING. And I think that we played on the people of the Virgin Islands. And this is a big topic because I don't think that VI Broadband Liberty will be able to get the intent is to get to tier 1 of GBPS so we could have faster internet. And I think what happened here as a body, we need to look at this FCC grant, the amount that was given, the fact that broadband, they underbid so tremendously to win the bid at the expense of the people of this territory. And right now, the cost of internet is really high, and we don't even get 1 gig. You're paying $100 for not even a gig. So this may not be a hot topic now because people may not understand it, but this is a very serious issue with that FCC grant and how we pushed others out the market to receive for broadband to get that bid. I'm concerned about that. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Saru, for your line of questioning. Let me ask you, CEO Adams, because it was mentioned earlier also, and you mentioned it in respect to the middle mile and the network per se, and you spoke to several years ago. I remember clearly. Not even conversation, but right now you guys are working together. I'm happy to see that. And in terms of the ISPs, now let me ask you in terms of capacity with all that's happening and all that's coming down, say for the next 25 years, looking forward, in terms of capacity, do you have the capacity moving forward? And if not, what are you doing now to assure that for generations to come, that VINGN will still be able to sustain itself and assist the community as a whole because of the main reason why we have VINGN? Can you speak to that, please?
Yes, again, Stephen Adams, VINGN.
Speaking to the mic, I want to hear you loud and clear.
Oh, yeah, I can get loud.
Thank you.
This is a challenge, and the challenge is that we have 3 networks that have different levels of capacity and different locations that serve different parts of the territory. That's actually good, but it's also very challenging because it's hard to determine where to invest dollars. For instance, this Connect USVI that broadband VI that Liberty now has it's a good program, but the challenge is some of the ARPA programs and some of the BEAM programs that I talked about in my testimony overlaps with that program. So in places where we should be investing our infrastructure dollars, it doesn't make sense for us to do so because the federal government has, through the FCC, has put monies elsewhere. So the approach that VINGN is taking at the moment is to say, where's the puck going to be? It's going to be with 5G. So we're going to invest more of upgrading our infrastructure to be more 5G compatible, and hopefully by doing that at a cheaper cost point than what the ISPs can provide, will allow them to get on our network rather than build redundant networks on top of us, as has been done in the past.
And Liberty, moving forward also in respect to the fiber and the network, in areas that you're trying to get to where there's already infrastructure by VINGN and others, are you looking to partner with those individuals instead of redigging or putting new infrastructure there that just use what's there when they have the capacity? Are we looking at that also in terms of communication and working together as one on behalf of the territory and moving forward expeditiously? That's a key word, expeditiously.
Yep, Balakrishnan. So we are, in terms of infrastructure for conduits and things like that, we're definitely going to be collaborating with VINGN. For fiber, where we need redundancy, so we are going to be looking at connecting, that's part of the mandate. We're going to be laying fiber to connect all 46,000 plus households in the Virgin Islands.
Okay, very well. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to everyone. Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Good morning to the testifiers. I have a couple of questions. I have some pet peeves, if you will, as it relates to the, Liberty, basically taking over the mobile services here in the Virgin Islands. I found that the services has significantly changed as far as the quality of the service. And I need to hear from Liberty today. What are they doing to address the quality of the service that we have here? I'll give you a few examples. One example is there are times that you're trying to call out on your mobile phone and you cannot get out. Phones are going directly to, that's one. Two, phones are going directly to voicemail. You're sitting next to your telephones and phones are not connecting. You're also seeing where the call comes in. You get one ring and it cuts out. You're on the line and then you're no longer talking to anyone. This is a challenge. We have a number of elderly people in the Virgin Islands, and we really need to make sure that our services that we have here are reliable services. I see that you indicated here that you have 9 sites to cover the gap in the following locations, and you noted the locations, but I think it says that, well, that's tied to the 5G. So if that's part of the problem, I would like to hear who you've been communicating with. What's the status of exactly those particular areas where you've indicated that there are gaps in, and what are you really doing to address them? Because while these issues continue to go on in the Virgin Islands, we are seeing a lot of anxiety around it. So I need to hear from you straight up what's going on with our mobile services here in the territory, and when do we expect to see some level of improvement in that area?
Thank you, Senator. Bala Krishnan, General Manager for Liberty Virgin Islands. Let me out the outset say that the network that we have is the exact same network that was there. What has changed is the demand for capacity has gone up dramatically because of the pandemic. We recognize that, and we recognize that there's coverage and capacity challenges that we need to fill. So part of that is there are 3 key things that we're doing. Number one, we're looking to add more capacity by utilizing the AWS network and adding more radio to the cell sites that we already have. That plan is in progress, and we are hoping to get that deployed this year. The second thing that we're doing is we are looking at 9 sites that we'll deploy, and those are the 9 sites we talked about. And we're in the process of getting leases and permits to go move that forward quickly. I'm trying to get that expedited, and any assistance Senator Blyden has offered would be fantastic in making that happen as well. The third thing we're doing is also increasing capacity, because these cell sites need to be connected using fiber. So we have drawn a lot of the fiber, but we need to get them connected, and we need to get them connected to the new sites as well. So we're also trying to expedite all that. So this year, you're going to see a tremendous amount of activity in getting a lot of those issues that you talked about fixed. We are very aware of it, and thank you for bringing that up again. And if you hear more of these, I would welcome.
What's important for me is specificity. I think that's the purpose of these oversight hearings. I need specific information. So you talked about looking to add more capacity. Looking to add more capacity, what does that mean? Do you have timelines around that? Just talking about what you're looking to do is just not sufficient for us at this point. I think we have endured this long enough. And we really need to have specificity when we have these discussions in these oversight hearings. So you got to give me some more. You talked about that you're working with. Who are you working with regarding these 9 sites? What are the challenges that you have? Put it on the table. We need to have the information. So if there is something that we can do to assist, then that's what we do. But your discussion with me is very broad, and I really need for you to be more specific so we can understand exactly what's occurring.
Thank you, Senator. Let me add a couple of specifics here, and we're happy to communicate more details as well to you. The capacity that we are trying to add, and I would actually ask, if possible, my colleague Victor Vera to add more details around the specific areas where we are adding capacity.
Please hold the senator's time. And while we're waiting for more specificity, Senator, I don't know if you were here at the time, but I did request earlier for them to send in writing expeditiously exactly what you're asking in terms of who, what, when, where, and why, so we can assist in terms of making sure and assuring that our community gets the type of service it deserves. So I just wanted to put it on the record. Go ahead, please,
No
and
problem,
state your
but I
name.
really believe that it should have brought that in front of us today. That's what the community wants to hear, not what the information is that we get in writing after the fact.
Understood, but we're just putting on, letting you know. Please.
Good morning,
Proceed.
Victor Vera, Director of Rank Engineering for USBI and Puerto Rico. Going to the specific, we have 10 projects for capacity on the more congested areas between St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John. On the new site builds, we are very specific. We put the names on the testimony from Balan. And also we are moving to add more fiber. Remember, we have over 65% of our site have fiber, but we need to complete the other 35%. On the ones that we need the fiber, we would increase the bandwidth to improve the speed and the customer experience. And right now we are working with BINGN to improve the process on a couple of sites.
I'm asking you specific about the mobile services, sir. That's what I'm trying to establish. There's a lot of questions to ask. I can't ask all of it at once. I'm specific around the discussion regarding our mobile services in the territory that you have taken over from AT&T. That's what I'm trying to get here.
Mm-hmm. But that's the 9 new site builds will take care of the pockets of the opportunities that we need to improve. We have 6 in St. Croix, we have 2 in St. Thomas, and 1 in St. John.
What's the status of the leases? What's going on? Why is it that we're still having that discussion a year later? What's going on? Put it on the table. We need to know.
Okay, that's something that we are working with legal. We can provide the details, but right now, 3 of them, as we mentioned before, we are working with the government, and we will provide information to Senator Blyden.
What 3? What is the 3 of them? Which one? Tango, Duno, Coral Bay.
Tango, Coral Bay, and
Coral Bay in particular.
Tango, Coral Bay, and East End.
Can't wait no longer. They've waited forever. You go out to Coral Bay, there is no service out there.
Mm-hmm.
So which 3 are you talking about specifically?
Coral Bay, Tango, and East End. That's the 3 that we are working with the government.
So Coral Bay, Tango, and East End. What was St. Croix?
The others, we are working with private landlords. One of them is Green Cay, Sally Fancy, East End, Claremont. All of them are in motion and are in progress. We have a deadline between 2022 and 2023 to deploy all of them. And all of them are with private owners, and we're working the list.
And this sounds like we're still going to be suffering with this situation that we have with our mobile services. There is no, I'm not hearing from you that you are satisfied or you're comfortable or you are in a position to say that we are in almost at the winning line, if you will, at the end of the road on this. It sounds like there continues to be a struggle, and while we continue to have this struggle, what's happening is our services here sucks. It's horrible. If I am on a phone call with one person and the phone rings and somebody else calls, it cuts out. That's what we're experiencing here. So there's no specificity around what's happening, where we're going, where we are. We know where we are. It's not a good place. But between 2022 and 2023, what does that mean?
Senator, this is Bala Balakrishnan, General Manager for Liberty VI. Here's exactly what we're doing. This is a project that we have underway.
Time.
Sorry. So we're going through and doing drive-through tests everywhere to understand exactly where we have capacity issues and where we have drop calls. And based on the drive-through test, we have identified specific areas where we need to improve existing locations, where we need to improve capacity. So one of the things we're doing is there's a new spectrum that's available that's called AWS spectrum. And we can tell you the locations. We don't have the list right now, but we're happy to send it to you. In those locations, we are adding more radio capacity to address to utilize this AWS spectrum. That'll improve capacity, and that'll also address the drop calls that you're talking about. The second thing that we're doing is the 9 locations, we have specific project plan, we have specific timelines, and one of the things that I'm asking, working with Victor Vera, is to accelerate that. We are looking at ways to bring that forward. Right now, construction is supposed to start as soon as we acquire those leases, later part of this year, and finish in mid-2023. We are in the process of looking at how can we accelerate that, and that is part of the request for getting some of these leases done is exactly that. And the third is fiber capacity, and there are 5 different locations, and we are happy to give you the 5 locations where we think adding more fiber capacity would be helpful. And at least 2 of those we are evaluating to see can we utilize fiber from our partners like VI and GN. And we're in the process of going through that. So we're very aware that we need to address these issues for you. And what I'm trying to do is to see if we can get a lot of those issues addressed this year so we can mitigate some of the challenges that the Virgin Islanders are facing.
Mr. Chair, I know that my time has been called, but I really think that this conversation needs to continue not only at this forum, but we really need to drill down and have a deep conversation around the future of telecommunication and in this territory. It's not good. It's just not good, particularly on the Liberty side. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator, for your concern and your question, and definitely we will have a follow-up backdoor conversation with those individuals. Before I go to Senator VLA for his line of questioning, let me ask you are Liberty, in respect to what my colleague just spoke to, and the issues facing outside the territory at this moment. You mentioned 3 things that you're doing right now in the interim. Anything that can happen short term to assist in terms of the job calls, etc. Any equipment, anything like that you can put in place expeditiously to assist in the interim while you're waiting on these other issues and while you're waiting for us to assist you with the other challenges you're facing?
Yes. Balakrishnan, Liberty VI. One of the things that we're trying to do right away is to add the more radio capacity. So we have identified some incremental investment that we are reviewing, and if we do that, that'll mitigate some of the drop calls. The second thing that we're trying to do, specifically in areas where we are not able to get the co-location in place, is to see if we can implement small cells. And again, we're trying to figure out exactly what the regulations are around that. If we can expedite the small cell deployment, that will also help. And again, this is something that if you are able to assist, that would be fantastic.
Very well. Senator Valley, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. People of the Virgin Islands, good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. For your small cell deployment, is there a need for legislation?
Balakrishnan, yes, there is a need for legislation there. And let me ask Wanda, my colleague, to address that a little bit more.
Good afternoon, Senator Viale. Thank you for the question.
Somebody need to mute the...
Someone needs to mute their mic, please.
My name is Wanda Perez. I'm Government Affairs Counsel for Liberty Mobile. Yes, there is a need for legislation. At some point, we had presented a draft, but if you need it, we have it available for your review, for the review of the commission, and we can present it again.
Okay, you presented the draft to which senator?
Excuse me?
where did you send the draft to? Did you send the draft to the chair of the committee? I mean, we're saying that this is one of the issues that would help us to get better service. So I'm just trying to find out.
Yes,
Exactly where
our
it was.
attorney Tom Bolts sent it. I can make sure to whom he, yeah, I'll check to whom he sent it. But we can send it to the whole commission for review, sure.
Okay. In reference to the previous senator question, I think she was trying to get very specific as to the lease agreement for property and procurement. Isn't it a fact that those lease agreements have been sitting there for almost a year?
More. I appreciate the question.
Thank you.
More. Yes, I appreciate the question again. And I want to give specific to Senator Fred. Also, the time just ended.
Well, I will follow up. Tell us what are the specific issues in reference to those lease agreements that you're hearing from property and procurement, or have you heard back anything from them within the last year?
Yes, we have. It's been back and forth. We finally got the Coral Bay lease on approximately around January, and we partially executed it on our part on January, and returned it somewhere on January. I think it was January 20-something. After that, they got back to us. They changed 2 pages, and they needed additional signatures on those 2 pages. Then they got additional pages back to us, and they needed additional signatures on those pages. And then we haven't heard back well, they're reviewing it. So we need.
Okay, that's one. And the next 2?
Excuse me? And then the other contracts, the other leases, well, we were negotiated the Tango lease, and then we had an issue in the negotiation because we were negotiating with DPP, and apparently they were trying to transfer territory from the Department of Housing and Finance, and now we're negotiating with DPP again. They sent a lease on Wednesday of last week. We're reviewing the lease, and we're trying to see if it complies with everything, to see if we can send it back. But again, we have been going back and forth with these leases for more than 2 years.
Okay, so we're speaking about individuals being able to have improved wireless service, and we have been haggling over these leases for the last 2 years. So it is time for us to resolve whatever outstanding issues. I'm calling on property and procurement, and also Liberty, that we resolve these issues so that we can move forward and have these additional towers up to improve service. The Coral Bay is a private owner, right? So what's the status of the Coral Bay?
No, it's the government. It's DPP.
Okay, but then we need to get Coral Bay. I mean, they got to utilize WhatsApp to get service. I don't understand how we could have a lease agreement for 2 years and we're not able to execute an agreement to be able to provide service for the people of the territory. So I'm calling on all of the parties to make sure that we're able to execute these agreements. It should not in any manner take 2 years for a lease agreement for Tower and Coral Bay. That is just not, it's not sufficient. It's not an adequate argument. Have the merger between broadband and Liberty taken place? Has it been consummated? Is it final? Have the FCC given their stamp of approval?
Yes, Balakrishnan, Liberty VI. The merger is final. It was completed on December 31st of 2021, and Broadband VI is now part of Liberty VI, and we are integrating the 2 companies.
Okay. So you now have inherited the federal monies that were given to broadband. Was it a fact that broadband only bid for a certain amount because they were planning to utilize some of the monies from VI NGN, in which they would be able to complete this task?
No, so Bala Balakrishnan again from Liberty VI. The funding, the way we bid for the funding, Broadband VI bid for the funding, was some of it will come from FCC, some of it was incrementally invested by the company. Since we have now taken over Broadband VI, we will bring the incremental dollars that may be required to fulfill our commitments.
Okay, have you begun to ramp up your staff to increase your staff numbers because you now have all of this additional responsibility?
That's, again, Bala Balakrishnan, Liberty VI. Yes, we are in the process of ramping up our staff. We have just today, we sent a list of the open positions that we have also to RT Park to see if they can help. We're also now in the process of talking to UVI and see if we can find some people there. The question here is also, how do we get the right people?
Well, 1 second. VIA is actually laying off individuals that have all the experience that you're looking for. It should be a seamless transition for those VIA employees that have that experience and are being laid off as a result of VIA not having the grant. Have you tried to reach out to some of those employees?
Yeah, so Bala Balakrishnan, again, yes, we are. The positions have been posted in all the right places, and we will, to the extent there are people out there that are qualified, we will welcome them. Would love to get the information about them.
Before my time run out, I have 1 or 2 more questions. AT&T, VINGN, and VIA have all done extensive trenching on all the islands. Is there a possibility that we can have no more trenching for fiber optics because we already have 3 companies that have trenched the entire island?
Bala Balakrishnan, Liberty VI. Where the trenching is already there, with VINGN as an example, and the conduits are available, then we are going to try and leverage that. There are also places, because the mandate is that 85% of all fiber needs to be underground. There are places where we don't have underground conduits, and there we will be trenching.
And I'm fine with those places, but what I'm talking about are places that are trenched already. So you said VINGN, I know that they're literally under the government of the Virgin Islands, so they have to provide access to all of the broadband companies. Is Liberty prepared to provide access to other broadband companies? And the same question to VIA. Is VIA available to provide conduit or internet or fiber access to other companies so that we don't have to trench the same roads again?
Geraldine Pitts.
1 minute.
Sorry, Geraldine Pitts, CEO of VIA. Absolutely. I think for us, collaboration and partnership is important here. We kind of understand the fact that the people of the Virgin Islands is wary about trenching and the inconvenience that it causes to them. And so we have had a conversation with VINGN. Sorry?
Okay, I just wanted to, yes, so that's good. The big issue is that we're now paving roads again, and we don't want to trench them 2 months from now. So I think colleagues, you might need to discuss pass some type of measure where there are conduits available that we are not going to allow any other company to come in and trench those same roads again.
Yeah,
Ms. Pitt, I wanted to go back to you. The customer service at VINGN, I recently had an issue, and I called customer service, and I held on the phone for 2 hours and did not receive any assistance. What are you doing to improve in that area? Before, you used to get really, really good service. Now, you just hold on forever and ever, nobody comes on. I think you have laid off quite a number of individuals in that particular division, and your service have literally gone. But what are you doing to improve that?
Time.
Geraldine Pitt, CEO of VIA. I'm not sure what your experience would have been. That's an unfortunate experience, and for that I apologize. I have not heard about that length of hold on. Yes, we have made changes to VIA in terms of a customer care, but part of it is that we are now using AT&T company to do some of the customer care, internet and mobile. So I'm not exactly sure. For me, it's a conversation about training. I don't think it's a conversation of resources per se, and maybe the human factor, and possibly the day you called, we had a major outage. But you should never have to hold on 2 hours to get to anybody at VIA. So I will look into what that particular issue may have been, and maybe I have a direct conversation to understand what happened on that particular day that you tried.
Well, it's all over the airwaves. Individuals are calling every single day and speaking about calling customer service and speaking to somebody who is off island, holding on for extended period of time. So it's not just the situation with me, but it's across the territory where individuals are consistently saying that they're not getting the customer service. I think you need to take a close look. You need to revisit that particular model. I think you should have, based on the system you're using, you should be able to determine what is the average wait time that every individual. So you need to check that out, and we need some improvement. You know, sometimes we outsource these services, and the outsourcing destroy your ability to provide customer service. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Viale. Before I go to Senator Francis, let me ask, or basically recommend, Liberty. I know that you stated in your testimony in terms of community outreach, etc. But as a result of the merger, VIA have been impacted, and you don't have to post anything. Reach out to them, see who the employees are, and call them. You don't need to train them. You talk about training; they're already there, and they're part of this community. And I believe you should basically, before both of you all leave, to reach out and get that information, because it's only right. It's the right thing to do. Okay, that's my recommendation.
Oh, thank you. Good suggestion.
On point of information, Senator Whitaker. Inquiry, Senator Whitaker.
Thank you, Chairman. Point of inquiry to both Liberty and VIA credits. What system are you using to notify customers of credits? Constituents continue to complain as we continue to offer services and the lack of services, and as we rebuild this network. Both of you, how are you really reaching out concerning credits?
Bala Balakrishnan, Liberty VI. There are two different methods we use for credits. Anytime a customer suffers a significant outage, they reach out to us, and then we offer credit based on the calculation of how much, what kind of outage they've had. Similarly, if there is a major outage, we automatically then also give credit to customers. So this is something that we are from a customer experience standpoint, we're very particular, and we take care of these things.
It's not currently happening, I can tell you that. I continue to get regular, it's not happening to VIA. So I think we need to have a deeper discussion about that. It's not happening. VIA?
And Geraldine Pitts, CEO of VIA. Like Liberty, our system is fairly automatic as well. Once a customer, for example, and as an individual, would have had individual issues, those days that's off is calculated. I think what I've noticed is customers' understanding of how the credit is represented or calculated is part of the issue. So if you had a day outage, it would be prorated for that day. But when you think of someone who's paying $65, to them on the bill, it looks very small. And one understands that the inconvenience is sometimes greater than it feels for a day credit, but that's the methodology, and it's actually automatically done. So I like to be able, what I need to find out though is whether it's a particular line on the bill, and if it's not a particular line on the bill that's clearly identifiable, then we'll make sure that that is the case. But I think it is. I can verify and confirm with you. So it's clearly on the bill.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to you, my colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. I want to thank them for their testimony. And of course, today's discussion is extremely important. Telecommunication represents the lifeline of our ability to be able to communicate. Everything right now really goes towards our ability to communicate. Banking, certainly investments, even our security all relies on telecommunication. So I think that is critical that we have optimal accessibility. I'm very, very concerned with the rate of deterioration by Liberty since their conversion from AT&T, and really, I'm hoping that they could be able to make some significant improvement because life is at stake. So I'm hoping that they could do that. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Adams, whether or not there is an opportunity for VIGN to assist with those leasing or permits that seems to be held up by the government of the Virgin Islands through whether it's PNP or DPNR. have you been able to assist in any which way to get Liberty to a finish line in regards to getting those permits completed?
Stephen Adams, VINGN. Senator, no, we have not been engaged because we have not been asked. One of the things that is a little bit different between VINGN and my counterparts here is that the permitting process for us is slightly different. And given the fact that we're a government entity, we could do a lot of this work with a lot less overhead on the permitting process, which is one of the reasons why I'm advocating that the 5G network be built more through VINGN's resources, which are basically the federal resources, because our permitting process is far, far quicker.
And hence, that's the reason why I'm asking, because again, we're talking about life being at stake and the importance of us being able to support, Liberty, or whether or not we wanted to, to have a choice. Liberty is here to stay, and really, how do we be able to assist them, so that we can be able to protect life in this instance. So thank you. Whatever, I guess, now that the issue has been brought to light, perhaps Liberty will have a conversation with you by which you could assist with this endeavor. Quickly, I wanted to go over to Liberty and to really have a discussion in regards to, as many of my other colleagues have mentioned, what is the parachute? What is available to those individuals that's dissatisfied with this system in being able to access other systems? I know that we're bound by some commitment to AT&T, such as the fact that we have maybe rentals or whatever from their phone service, but what is being offered as a terms of a parachute that could allow for individuals that's dissatisfied to go elsewhere?
Yeah. So good morning, Naji from Liberty. Yes, there is different options for the customer as well. If the customer obviously resides in the territory, they can go directly to our retail stores and we can help them. We also have to understand that sometimes it's not only the network that can fail, it can be the device. We tend to be right away, pushing the blame to the provider. Again, I'm not saying that things don't need to change and improve, but also it can also be the device as well. So we typically go through the device, make sure everything's okay on the device before we make a decision. But there are ways for the customer today to leave if they need to. If there is a debt to be paid, specifically if it's on the device, they will need to pay that debt for the device, so they can take that device unlocked with them. And once the device is unlocked, they can do whatever they want with it. So there's a process in place. Everybody is aware, everybody is fully trained on it. And it hasn't happened very often to us here. But if a customer wants to, they can do it.
Yeah, but that option is a very costly option. There's hundreds and hundreds of dollars that's involved in you being able to, and you have multiple phone lines for you to be able to have that device unlocked so that you could go elsewhere to work. So I believe that it's critical that if you see that there's a need for you to be able to have a good system, optimal system, and want to move over, that there be some form of a parachute consideration being made. I also wanted to ask you in regards to the service charge. I believe that this government is being shortchanged in terms of emergency service charge that not being collected on behalf of those individuals that may have long distance phone number. Have you had an opportunity to look into that? I know that these long distance phone number, they're paying the FCC requires emergency service charge to other states. How do we start to collect that funding here? Because it goes towards benefiting our fire, our 911 system, as well as our healthcare system, that provides services to our community. What is your take in regards to the emergency service charge being collected on long distance phone number that's utilizing the local network?
Sure, Senator Francis. Again, this is Naji from Liberty. I fully concur with you. You're absolutely right. If there is anything we collect on behalf of the government, specifically for 911, should be collected and paid to the authority. I don't have the detail top of my head. I will have to ask my colleagues, but we can definitely get back to you on this one.
1 minute.
But I am in agreement with you. This should be collected and distributed locally. Absolutely.
Okay, very well. And quickly, Ms. Pitt, CEO Pitt, in regards to the wire poles, there are a number of wooden poles that's now being abandoned by WAPA because, of course, they're moving towards the composite poles, but still hang your wires for your telephone as well as your cable device on it. What is being done to remedy that situation? Some of these poles are really in hazardous and in dangerous situation. What is being done to to get those poles removed?
Geraldine Pitt, CEO of VIA. We have done extensive work, and for example, we've already removed all of the poles on St. John, St. Thomas, and we're still on St. Croix. We actually made a decision last year to use the same contractor that WAPA is using, so that when they are doing that move, they move ours as well, and we take the poles down afterwards. Or we are also hiring a contractor to remove some of the poles. So I think we are fairly close to being on par with WAPA in terms of converting some of those composite poles and putting our system on it, and then taking on those poles.
I'll ask that you take a better look at that, especially on St. Croix. There's a number of poles that I'm familiar with that continue to present some challenges. And every time what I call WAPA or other areas, they say it's a via issue and that needs to be resolved.
I will look at it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I heard my time call. If I could just have one follow-up question, please.
Proceed.
And I'll just like to ask Ms. Pitt as well, in terms of battery replacement. I know that some time back, immediately after our hurricanes, we had a lot of batteries in the various devices that's leased by or rented by VIA to our residents. What is the status, and when can we see a widespread battery replacement, because those batteries now has gone beyond maybe a few years, 2 or 3 years?
So we continue to look, Geraldine Pitt, CEO of VIA. We are bringing in devices now that have battery in them or battery replacement available to customers. We continue to do an assessment on those that's out there, especially now that we're approaching hurricane season as well, and get customers batteries in some instances, or at least offer them the alternative of a different device that have a battery backup in them. So it's for us, it's an important part as well. But we also remember, the battery backup is really for the telephone aspect of it, not for the broadband. And some customers are under that mistaken assumption. But we work to close that gap.
So in the instance where you have battery in your broadband, you have to go on the cost of replacing that battery, you're saying?
No, the device itself, while it provides for telephone and broadband, the battery really powers the telephone aspect of it. And not necessarily the broadband aspect. So what we've asked customers to do, a lot of customers have access to alternative power, especially because of our unstable power situation. But most customers do not plug in their device into their alternative power. And that creates a challenge. So we have been encouraging customers to treat that the way they treat plugging in their fridge, because connectivity and telecoms is important, especially in times of emergency. So it's about the telephone mostly the batteries are for.
Very well. I want to thank all of you for coming before us today. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. And again, I think it's critical that today is not about pointing fingers, but really for us to get our telecommunication optimal because it serves as a lifeline to the people of the Virgin Islands and beyond. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis. I just want to let you know we're going to have a quick wrap-up 3 minutes round before we basically release these testifiers, but let me ask a couple of questions. I don't need my 7 minutes because I've been asking questions throughout, and we'll do a second round. But let me ask, in respect, first of all, to pricing and speed in general, because we know when it comes to the improvement being made, etc., there's no doubt we are way ahead of where we were, say, 10 years ago. But moving forward, the fact remains that in terms of pricing and the speed of service, we are still far behind the United States, to include some of the Caribbean islands. And we are still paying way more on average for slow service. Another fact. So let me just pose this question, because if we went on an average price in the United States for 124 megabyte speed is say $60-some, $61 a month. But here it's about $149. So how can we see the price being at a range where the speed is improving, yes, but what about the pricing? Can we see any type of improvement when it comes to pricing also, just like the service and the speed? That's my question. That's my first question.
Balakrishnan, Liberty VI. One of the, we are looking at the speeds and pricing as well. And pricing is an interesting aspect. It's based on overall cost of deployment. As we deploy fiber, the speeds will increase, and we are looking at how do we improve performance for our customers. It's a question of value equation. So one of the things that you will see as we start deploying fiber is better speeds for the right kind of pricing.
Very well. And I know we have been speaking in terms of service for our people, especially, for instance, in St. John, Carroll Bay. That came up several times today. And the issue is a government lease. A government lease. We're speaking to customers as well about emergency because the fire station is out there. Last week, myself and my colleagues, my team, did our St. John hours, and we went out to Carroll Bay and we did at the fire station, we did other tours. And they were actually showing us that there is no type of service, and several times they had fires out there, they had to actually ask someone for the Wi-Fi number. That's unacceptable. So we like was stated by my colleague, we must find a way to remedy this situation immediately, because we're talking about life in general. And I think that's priceless. So we need to make it happen one way or another. I just wanted to put it on the record. Colleagues, we're going to do a quick 3-minute round because public work is here, and we have a lot to speak about. So, Senator Graff, I want to recognize you for your 3 minutes. If you don't need to use the whole thing, that's up to you. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. To VIA, you received federal monies for senior program, I think the ACP program. How much money have you received in 2021-22?
The ACP program does not necessarily, sorry, Geraldine Pitt, CEO of VIA. Okay. The ACP program does not assign money to providers. What it does, it gives a $30 credit that individuals who qualify, whether it's under the SNAP or the ACP, the Medicare or WIC, and a number of other programs that they can now use to take to their provider to see they qualify for the subsidy of $30. So it doesn't assign money, definitely. And when Senator Blyden referred earlier about in terms of affordability, and I think I spent quite a part of my time on the testimony for the ACP, we really do need to encourage the over 26,000 homes or individuals who qualify for those programs to take advantage of that program. And you'll see we've spent a lot of time in doing that because we do understand how affordability is an issue. But we don't receive the money directly. It's from a national pot that the customers apply to. We help them do the registration and sign them up.
And about how many persons do you service in those programs?
So right now, and also remember we have the Lifeline program that's separate, and we've continuously leading the territory in the Lifeline program. We have about 400 customers. Actually, that's up from the last time we spoke, partly due to the advocacy that we've been doing. And we have, as of yesterday, over 300 and something customers on the ACP program because we've been going directly to communities to make sure that we get them connected. And that's, of course, is supported by Human Services and Housing, which we are grateful for their assistance.
Okay, and in closing, could you elaborate on the Lifeline program as to actually what it is and how it operates?
1 minute.
So the Lifeline program is similar. The Lifeline program is a long-term program that also gives a subsidy to customers for their telephone service and also for their data services as well. As one person per household that can qualify. It's a long-running program, but it suffers from the same problem that the ACP has, that people are reluctant to register for anything. And is the reason we have gone through Human Services, design a voucher basically is ISP neutral, that voucher, that says, could you assist us in mailing this out to every recipient of your program? And we can now, when they come to us, we can determine and register them and help them to get the benefits that they need. So we're very proud of that initiative, which should be mailing out pretty shortly. So customers will get that $30 looking voucher, take it to us. or any provider, my preference if you come to us, of course, but to any provider, and we can sign you up for the services.
Time.
Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. And CEO King, that was my question. How do you ensure that all those customers that's eligible knows about the program and sign up, because that's very important. Besides human services, etc., do you advertise? How are you getting them to sign up?
Extensive advertising.
Great.
We do center spread. We have done practically every week there is something. We do PSA. We circulate it to all of the senators and key commissioners and so to help spread that word for us. And Jennifer and her team spends a lot of time online and on the radio talking about the program. It's an excellent program. It's very disturbing, I think, that more persons are not taking advantage of it when we speak about the issue of affordability. And so the effort from Human Services should help because it will be very clear this is what you could get if you come and we register you.
Okay, thank you for that. Senator Whitaker, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. And I just continue to encourage continued robust efforts in communications, different languages, and certainly being ADA compliant, because a lot of information comes out via text, well, rather via on Facebook, just as a JPEG file, and persons who are vision impaired cannot see them. So continue to work on that. I want to drive into back to CEO Adams. One of the things that I reached out to you about was, in fact, Lumen Technologies. And I just wanted to, can you please put on the record, one of the things that I've reached out is we have persons who have obligations. Can you please put on the record where we are with them meeting the obligations as a contractor with VINGN?
Well, Stephen Adams, VINGN. Well, we signed a 2-year extension of our transit with Lumen, effectively this year. So all of our internet traffic to the mainland goes through Lumen on a 2-year contract extension that we have now.
And can you please put on record too, that was the outreach I'd made, correct?
Yes,
before.
yes,
I reached out to you and you did in fact address it quickly, but I just want to, I wanted to also be placed on the record.
Yes, you did reach out and we had a one-on-one, I believe an hour meeting about that. And,
move forward.
And yes, that was the case.
Thank you. To Liberty, one of the things that you brought out in the testimony also, me reaching out and concerning the digital education. And as I questioned earlier, what plans do you have next to, after this hearing, to what are your next steps with respect to the workforce components that we discussed today? What would be your next step, specifically for that grant, the digital grant?
Senator, thank you for the question. Naji Khoury from Liberty. We do have different programs we're working with. They're not fully yet deployed on our end here on the territory. First, we reach out to the communities directly, to the different communities. Second, we're working potentially on how to bring in some of the grants that were mentioned previously as well. This is an effort that we just started, so I'm not fully ready yet to explain it, but it's a focus that we are, it's not only spending effort and time, but it's something that we want to do. So if you allow me a couple of more weeks, we'll come back with a full plan on how we can close some of the digital divide. And it's all about education at the end of the day. And I do concur with our friend from VIA that we need to educate and educate and educate on all the different offers and plans that are available out there, subsidies that the government can use.
Thank you for that, because of time. So we'll circle up, but I need it in definitely black and white. And to both of you, I'll start with CEO Pitt, concerning customer service. Just in terms of any visions of any town halls or engagement with the customers to work to improve customer relations and outreach to the public?
Geraldine Pitt, CEO VIA. Absolutely. I think one of the main things that we have on our strategy for this year is community focus group that's going to be led by Ms. Matarangas King, because it's important for us to understand what the customer pain points are. And I believe it's about the human factor and also about training and education. And so for us, both on the customer side and also on our reps end as well. And I'm confident that we can get both of those things right. We put customer care in a position from time to time where they have to, if you don't give them the information, they'll try to have something, right? So it's important for us to make sure that they have the right information at their fingertips to be able to answer those questions and deal with our customers. Our customers generally say they're polite, but in some of the instances, I think it's about the quality of the response, and we'll continue to work at that.
Thank you. And just Liberty as well, your customer-driven focus to really engage and customers when they have complaints, when they complain that they have loss of service, how can you improve that customer relations and outreach to the public?
I mean, we are a customer-first organization. We not only say it, but we act upon it. We train regularly. We listen to conversation. We coach individuals. We have different scoring technique. We focus on key parameters, not only about hanging up the call and going as many calls as you can. A lot of metrics. We use what's called Net Promoter Score, which scores every single transaction, let it be in the store or on the call center. So we're heavily focused. We have information. We can share it with you as well. Obviously, it's available. It's a mountain of data, but we're very, very conscious about it, and we have a lot more to do.
Thank you, Liberty. I have a point of information.
Go ahead with your point of information, Senator.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to also say who's not in this room, which is T-Mobile. And I just want to put on the record that I serve on the PSC. I'm ex-official members. One of our responsibilities as appointed by the Senate President was to ensure we have that ecosystem. And so I'm very disappointed today because back in January, I did in fact reach out to T-Mobile because I was concerned about their presence in the territory. So I do want to put out that I'll be working with Chairman Blyden and the rest of my committee members because I find it really rather disingenuous. Because I, in fact, had a meeting with the Vice President, Mr. Leary, and I indicated to him that he needs to have a Virgin Islands presence. So I'm very disappointed in learning of their excuse today, because I find that to be not a good excuse. So I will be drilling down, because we have also constituents who are concerned about T-Mobile service. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you so much, Senator Saru. You're recognized for your 3 minutes. Senator Saru. If not, we go to Senator Bailey. Okay. I will speak. That's Francis. Let me ask Liberty, in respect to the Connect USVI program that need to be implemented within 6 years, and you spoke to generating jobs, technical hub in the Caribbean, being a technical hub in the Caribbean, etc. Let me ask you to speak about the importance of this program, number one. Number two, you spoke about UVI, reaching out to UVI to assure that they hire the type of, they train and have the type of students trained to accept these jobs, because it's a plan 6 years down the road. What have you done thus far? And if you have not done anything, what's the plan moving forward to assure that our people get in line and be well trained and prepared for those jobs? Because, like I said, and I will continue to say, it's the right thing to do for our people here in the territory.
Thank you, Senator. Balakrishnan, Liberty VI. We have started identifying the roles that we need to have here. Part of the types of roles that we're going to have include marketing roles, digital roles, customer service roles, and technology deployment roles, both in IT and in network technology. We have published some of the roles already, and one of the commitments that we're making is the call centers that we're going to have will be housed in Virgin Islands. So we're in the process of essentially identifying incrementally how many roles we need, and we are bringing them here. And we will be actively looking in the market to hire locally. Plus, where we don't have those capabilities, we reached out to begin with RT Park, and we are working with RT Park through RT Park to go to UVI. But we are also simultaneously establishing our own channel of communication with UVI, both to see who we can recruit today, and where we don't have capabilities, see if we can put together some kind of program to train people, have internships that we can bring to people, and so on.
What type of salary are we speaking to in terms of those type of jobs? Put it out there. Salary. What type of salary range are we
It
speaking
depends
to?
on the role. So it could be anywhere from, for an entry-level role, anywhere from $45,000 all the way to, in certain cases, well into six figures.
Very well. Senator Viale, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Adams, is there a issue nationally with the way that VINGN is structured in the Virgin Islands in reference to similar entities across the mainland? Did you receive some concern as to our structure at a recent meeting that was held?
Yeah, and Jen. Senator, my understanding from NTIA is that in all the territories, VINGN is unique in that we are an open service provider. In the mainland, we would be categorized as a telecommunications firm ourselves.
And was there an issue there in which they told VINGN that we're moving in that direction and that is not the allowable use of the federal funds? That we're not supposed to become a provider and
there's
have some issues with the direction that perhaps we might be moving in?
I'm not sure I totally understand your question, but if the question is, could VINGN become a provider itself? The law allows for us to do that.
That's not the question. That's not the question. The question is there concern by the feds in reference to the direction that we are moving in? And have they allayed those concerns to you?
They have not conveyed those concerns to me. My interactions with the feds thus far has been that they're very supportive of the direction that we're going in, embracing the technologies that we're embracing, and trying to stay as an open access middle provider.
Okay, thank you so much. I have heard a bit different. We need to
1 minute.
A different perspective. I think we need to be careful as we move on. The $10 million IO Academy has a broad explanation. Exactly what is that? How is it going to be integrated in schools? That's quite a bit of money. Tell me about this IO Academy.
The IO, Stephen Adams, VINGN, the IO Academy is an initiative of Governor Bryan's sponsorship with Microsoft, and the collaboration with BI Education, Department of Education, is to be able to bring a community-based STEM program to the Virgin Islands. Currently, we do not have such a program, and so what we're trying to do is we're trying to use federal dollars to close the equity gap, digital equity gap, by using federal dollars to be able to implement a STEM program in the VI school district itself.
A virtual STEM program? What type of STEM program?
It'll
Virtual?
be a direct program in the classrooms themselves. We have identified, I believe, 7 schools.
Time.
To be able to do it hands-on in the classrooms themselves.
7 schools and the $10 million is over 1 year. 7 schools at a $10 million investment for STEM. $10 million.
$10 million investment over a 4-year initial program is what we're budgeted right now.
And that includes personnel, equipment to the school, and everything else? What does it include?
Yes, sir. It goes for personnel, goes for equipment, not only equipment in the schools, but equipment in the libraries, community centers, and other partners that we will look to collaborate with.
Mr. Chair, can you have them provide us a full explanation, a full detail layout as to that $10 million STEM program that they're hoping to implement in the school? And at a future date, can we have the meeting with Department of Education along with your NGN so we can see exactly how that $10 million is going to be spent? That's a lot of money. So let's make sure that it's on right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Senator VLA. And we'll take a note and we will send you that information. But in the interim, how many schools in St. Thomas, St. John District, how many in St. Croix?
I believe it's 3, 3, and 1 currently. We're still working on the list of the exact schools themselves.
On what grade level?
It would be Middle school is the focus initially.
Okay, very well. Senator Saru, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
A point of inquiry before, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed, Senator Viale, with your point of inquiry.
Thank you so much. How did you come up with the $10 million figure?
The 10 million budget, Stephen Adams, VINGN, the 10 million was based upon equipment and program management for the 4 years in collaboration with Microsoft. And so they helped us establish the salaries as well as the types of personnel that would be needed, as well as stipends that we would be offering to our education partners. And a good chunk of that is also for equipment, like 3D printers, drones, robotics. Where also all the students that participate in the programs will be getting equipment themselves to take home. So it's not just, come to schools, use the stuff, go home and forget it. But like for example, with the 3D printer, the idea is that the students would be able to use 3D printers at school, and they'd be able to take one home as well. So it's not just a program that we're visiting, but it's also a program that gets to get institutionalized and instilled at the home. Because it doesn't do any good just to be able to have a place to go, like a boys club, girls club, and then go home and you don't have anything. We want to send the kids home with equipment that they can use. So there's a really big component of this is equipment that the kids themselves get to keep. And that's year after year.
So you've been working closely with the Commissioner of Education?
I personally am not, but through the governor's office, we are working very tightly with education.
Thank you.
I don't understand. You say you're not, and then you said through the governor office, you're working very closely with education. I don't understand.
Commissioner, Senator, I was just speaking about my own personal involvement. There's 2 other individuals that are leading. It's just like I was just making reference to my own personal involvement. That there are 2 individuals inside my company that are actually leading the effort through Government House.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator VLA. CEO Pitt, I think you wanted to add something to discussion.
Geraldine Pitt, CEO, VIA. Some of you, or most of you, that preceded me, but would be aware that in setting up VINGN, at the same time, as a condition for sale, VIA was also asked to build its own underground network. I am a little bit, should I say, not too happy at this stage when I hear VINGN speak of bringing connectivity to individual units in the housing community. Because it begs the question, where is the room for private sector investment? And what does that mean? We're still a very small territory. We have big minds, big hearts, big ambition. But at the end of the day, there are only so many households available to private sector. And considering all of the money that the private sector will be spending investing in infrastructure and in broadband and everything else for the community, I'm a little bit disappointed that we're having a conversation about connectivity to individual units rather than public spaces. So I just want to leave that on the record because that concerns us.
Okay, thank you so much for that. CEO Adams, you want to respond?
Yes, sir. Stephen Adams, VINGN. Well, it's interesting that that there's a disappointment that the public housing has not been served for decades. So to be able to, that VINGN now wants to service the underserved in our community is kind of absurd that there would be an objection to that. And I also said in my testimony that the connectivity would be done through the private sector. Right now, when we ran free Wi-Fi to the public housing, it was embraced. It was embraced. Fiber has been there for years. Nobody has provided free Wi-Fi to public housing, and any ISP could have done that. Any ISP could run fiber to any unit inside public housing. Nobody has done that. So when we sit here and we talk about closing the digital divide, everyone wants to close the digital divide. What does that mean? That means the the disenfranchised of us all are the ones that need to close the gap the most. And the only way you're going to do that, you can't say, oh, we're going to give them a $30 credit, but the bill costs $100 and a computer costs $500. That's not going to close the digital divide. The only way you're going to close the digital divide in the U.S. Virgin Islands is you're going to have to give stuff free. And when you give stuff free, it's affordable. So for us, what we're trying to do is we're trying to take the fiber, trying to take federal dollars, run that fiber to the home, to the units, and then the private sector provides the service. So I'm actually doing you a service by providing the internet connectivity to the home, but you get to provide the service. Any ISP, we have 13 ISPs that are our customers. Any one of them can provide that service when we're done using federal dollars. That's the way we're going to close the digital divide, is use government resources to provide free connectivity and then force the private sector to be able to compete for it.
Very well. Senator So, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not confused. I'm a bit concerned about the VI engineering project with the schools, the IO Academy, simply because education does not have a STEM director. So I don't know who in education is leading the charge with STEM. And I think I'll call upon the education chair to look into that. Because 10 million, as the previous speaker discussed, we haven't identified it. If it's 3, 3, and 1, are you doing 1 elementary? What's your tentative thoughts? 1 elementary, 1 middle school, 1 high school?
Stephen Adams, VI and Jan. I'm unprepared to the details of the IO Academy because I have not been directly involved with it. I have 2 other individuals that are. But the intentions of the program is to be able to bring STEM to the Virgin Islands.
I get the intentions, and I agree with the intentions. I do agree that we need STEM, but I think it's unconscionable that the Department of Education does not have a STEM director because she moved into the chief of staff position, and the STEM director position has been vacant for at least 2 or 3 years. So I don't know how, if this is a top priority of Governor Bryan, then that position needs to be filled. Let's move on to VIA quickly. Ms. Pitt, how are you?
I'm good.
Your layoffs. I'm concerned about your layoffs.
Sure.
You lay off some employees on St. John, and then St. Thomas has to travel to St. John to give services to St. John?
Right. Yes, Geraldine Pitt, CEO from VIA. The layoffs that we would have done from a St. John point of view is based on the agreement that we currently have in place on a seniority decision. So it's based on our unionized agreement. We initially had conversation about the possibility of doing an isolation for St. John. That is still something that I want to consider again, based on the decision that we've just made. And so we are likely to revisit that decision on isolating St. John.
Okay, so is VIA facing financial issues that's leading to the layoffs?
Yeah, yes, we are. I mean, at the end of the day, we are preparing ourselves for a business to be run with less than $16 million than we've had previously. And that requires of us.
Who's your parent company?
AT&I.
Choice?
Sorry?
AT&I. AT&I.
Yeah.
And are they located in where, Guyana? What's their home?
Their home is Boston, Massachusetts.
Boston. Yeah. So what's in Guyana?
A company owned by the same company, GTT.
Are we outsourcing jobs to Guyana? Would our layoffs in this territory be linked to giving cheaper paying jobs to those in Guyana?
So we have made a decision strategically as a whole company to use Guyana as our call center location. Our calls for fixed services, not fixed services, but telephone and TV remains in territory together with a walk-in customer care and the cashier function.
Okay, and Guyana is not an American territory, and I'm sure the labor laws are very different and their wage requirements and everything else. So that does concern me. So if the call center has been moved to Guyana, this is like colonialism, to be honest. If the call center has moved to Guyana, maybe that's why your customers are on hold for quite some time, because I have a senior in my house who's a customer of Via, and he is very frustrated when he has to call Via. So are we looking into the time and the customer service, the time that our customers on the phone waiting to be on hold, waiting to hear from someone?
Geraldine Pitt, CEO of Via. Absolutely. My background is customer care. So when I make decisions about customer care, I don't just hand over my customers' affairs to a call center anywhere in the world and walk away. The team can tell you that I'm actively involved in ensuring that our customer gets the best service. That requires not just the training, as I say, the dedication. When you look at the scores for the people themselves, the scores for the people is always very high. What we need to do a better job at is making sure that we give them the information that they need to adequately service the customers, and that's where our focus is. And so part of our call center remains here, and part of the call center goes to Guyana, went to Guyana, I should say. And our customers still have the ability to walk in for care.
I have some concerns on that, and I think a press release or some kind of conversation should be given on that. But Mr. Chair, can I say one more thing to Liberty, because I didn't really get to touch Liberty today, if with your indulgence.
Proceed.
Mr. Chair?
Proceed.
Oh, thank you. I just have a comment to it with Liberty. Mr. Bala, you have a long name. But even with Liberty, when people buy new phones, they're told that there's nobody on staff to transfer the information from one phone to another phone. And I'm being redundant in this, but the territory is tired of being lumped with Puerto Rico. Our mail goes to Puerto Rico. And while we are sister territories, we're very different in identity. And it's exhausting to have to, sometimes you call Liberty, the person don't speak English, you're in a struggle bus. On the west end of this island, the service is just non-existent many days. You can't even dial 911. And that's a public health crisis. If you can't dial 911, we have an issue. I understand the whole up of the leases in PMP, but the service has dramatically deteriorated. The amount of spam calls receive from God knows wherever. And even just the ability locally to get things done in-house, that's a problem. So I really don't want to hear about lack of employees. If you would hold job fairs and hire and train employees, I think you can get the job done. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the team.
Thank you, Senator Saru. Senator Viale, I think you had a point, and then you can proceed with your 3 minutes. You recognize Senator Viale?
Thank you. I think I have my 3 minutes before. There's just a point. I went before Senator Saru. The discussion in reference to employment, that is why I think we need to revisit the compliance and employment requirements for our TPAC beneficiaries. The EDC program has stringent compliance methods in place for employment and every other thing you could think about, and the RTPAC is a bit more free. So if they were under the EDC, they would have had to hold a hearing and give a thorough explanation as to the decision they're making. So, colleagues, I think it's time for us to revisit that. And lastly, I want to put on the record that I'm getting a lot of texts in reference to the service at T-Mobile. Presently, we have in the Virgin Islands. And at a later date, I know Mr. Chair, you said you'll bring them. We'd like to hear how they're going to inform the community as to what they're doing to improve services in the Virgin Islands. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Viale. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognized for your 3 minutes. Senator Fred Gregory. Afternoon. I believe that we have exhausted our time. Public Works is up next, and they have been here for a while. Senator, you had a statement to put on the record? Okay, Senator Kenneth Gittins, I'm going to give you 3 minutes to put us to actually line of questioning. You recognize, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I didn't get a chance to hear much of the testimonies. However, I wanted to know, first off, if there's anything that we can do to assist in reducing the cost of high-speed internet to residents here in the Virgin Islands.
Senator, good afternoon. This is Naji from Liberty VI. It's a pleasure. Yes, there is always a way to reduce pricing. Obviously, we need to look at regulation. We need to look at cost of doing business. We need to look at the time it takes to get permits. And you put all this together, that's cost of doing business. If that is avoided, it will lower our cost, and in turn, a responsible corporate citizen will lower the prices as well. So we believe there is a formula. We believe it succeeded. Second, competition always drives prices down. And I think competition is coming to the territory. So this is good news, I think. But again, at the end of the day, it is not just about lowering prices for the sake of lowering prices. There's a balance you have to strike between lowering prices and keeping a good service. I do agree with Senator Blyden when he mentioned that it's $140 for a very high speed. That won't be our case for sure. And we feel with the right structure, it could work. And we have to believe that it could work.
And what's your lowest package for high-speed internet?
Today, the lowest speed...
Here in the territory.
I mean, you have to remember, we just purchased Broadband VI, and Bala just joined it recently, is our general manager on the ground. I'm not certain exactly of their pricing. Maybe Bala, you know better than I do the exact pricing, but maybe you can jump in.
So the lowest pricing we have today...
And your name is, sir?
My name is Bala Balakrishnan. I'm the general manager for Liberty VI. So the lowest pricing that we have with Broadband VI is $29. And it's for 8 meg up and 3 meg down, I think.
And that's $29 monthly?
Mm-hmm.
Now, three things that I picked up from what you stated. You spoke about regulations, permitting, and competition. And we all know that competition would be a driving factor. However, I'm not sure if we have those numbers that you're looking at for businesses to come in here like that, because any business that goes into, or any entity that goes into business for a profit. And if the numbers are not looking promising, then they're not coming. But with regards to regulations, who regulates you?
It depends on the type of service. Sorry, this is Naji from Liberty Mobile. It's mostly the FCC who regulates us.
Okay.
But there's also some interaction locally.
So besides the FCC, are you regulated by the PSC?
In some instances, we are specifically for service issues, yes, we are.
And you're still having permitting issues?
Yes, we discussed it in long, lengthy this morning. Yes, we do.
Have you approached the administration, the executive branch, to see how we could reduce the bureaucracy?
Yes, we did.
You have?
Yes, we did.
And are you getting any headway on this?
Some, not as fast as it could be.
Okay, so I guess we'll have to have a conversation thereafter. Anyone else want to weigh in there? Maybe Via or... sir, who do you represent again? VINGN, yes.
Okay, so from VIA point of view...
Can you speak into the mic?
Sorry, Geraldine Pitt, CEO VIA. Some of the points that...
One second, let me just make sure the chair allows... time was called. Thank you.
So, Geraldine Pitt, CEO VIA. The issue of lowering price in the Virgin Islands is going to be an issue of the difficulty and the cost it is to deploy broadband in the Virgin Islands. You will probably find in VIA's case, it's generally going to be around a promotional landscape, but also in terms of increasing speed and adding value, simply because the investment that's needed to keep a broadband connectivity in, especially in the face of added competition, will challenge, I think, most private sector company. I think it goes back to a little bit of what Stephen said earlier. Part of that will have to be met by other federal funding as well. And I think that's where Stephen spoke to earlier. Sorry, VINGN spoke to earlier. So that is going to challenge us. It will be mostly on a promotional point of view and added speed and added value for the price.
All right. Thank you for your weigh-in. And let me just say to all of you at the table, please take a good look at your customer service entity and make sure that we have people that are not only qualified, but that are sensitive to the needs of the people who we're providing a service to. It goes likewise for the government. I always try to make sure I tell government employees that, because you're working for the people. In this case, your private entity, again, people are calling and asking. They're calling the senator's office. We don't run private companies and whatnot. Up to this morning, I heard a lady very frustrated on the radio talking about how she called via this morning and was holding for over 45 minutes. So I'm asking that please try to address this as best you can so that you could provide the services to the people. Thank you so much for your testimony here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Gittins. What we're going to do is I'm going to give everyone 30 seconds to wrap up so we can proceed with public work. So I'm going to start on my left. CEO Pitt, you may give a closing statement.
I think Geraldine Pitt, CEO VIA, for us, we are thankful that you invited us here today. Our focus will continue to be on serving the community of the Virgin Islands, whether that means looking at all our issues in terms of speed, in terms of the package that we offer, and especially in terms of the value and the customer experience that we provide to the people. That's our focus. That's what we hear. I always say to my team, you're in the business of customer service and sales, and everything we do centers around the people that we serve, irrespective of where we serve them.
Thank you so much.
CEO VINGN, we too are customer focused. It just so happens that we have 13 customers and 2 of them are sitting to my left and right. And so we continue to be customer focused with the unprecedented amount of federal funding that's coming to the territory. We hope to be good stewards of that money to make sure that our customers are able to provide affordable internet services in the territory. Infrastructure-wise, my role is to make sure that those resources are adequately spent, not only for our customers, but for the citizens of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you for that. Bala?
Balakrishnan, Liberty VI. First of all, thank you very much for inviting us to this hearing and the opportunity to provide a testimony. Like my counterparts here, we are very customer focused. We are newcomers to the territory. We recognize that, but we bring a history of customer service excellence, and we bring our global capabilities to the table as well with significant local focus. So we look forward to bringing excellent service to Virgin Islanders, not only in terms of broadband connectivity, but also in terms of jobs and training that we talked about through this hearing.
And please do not forget to reach out to Ms. Pitt before you leave here today. It's critical.
We'll do that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Corey?
Senator Najee Corey, Liberty. Again, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I am very optimistic about the future. I might say it might have been a bit of a bumpy road getting here, but I think the future is bright. I think we have what it takes. We have the resources, both financial as a people resources to do the work. We care about the customer, we care about community. In fact, I forgot to mention, we left all of you our impact, our social impact, community impact document that we published recently. Very proud of what we have done here at the Virgin Islands. And we're new, as Bala had said, but soon we will be part of this community and we will remain for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we appreciate all of you coming here today and sharing and giving us an update, and we look forward to more collaboration and basically having the Virgin Islands go to another level in terms of telecommunications. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication stands in recess for 3 minutes. We're back on the record. Good afternoon again to the people of the Virgin Islands. Before us today, at this time, I see we have the Public Works Commissioner and his support team there with him. Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing? Good to see you in person for the first time.
First time, yep. Good afternoon. Welcome. Thank you very much for the welcome.
Okay, welcome to the People's House.
Yeah, man. Feels good to be here.
Definitely. Can you just I'll have your team introduce themselves from my left to my right, just to do a mic check. Starting with you, Ms. McGregor.
Good morning, Senator Carol Overson McGregor, Deputy Commissioner of Transportation.
Welcome. Thank you.
Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager, Department of Public Works.
Good afternoon, Ms. McLean. I'm not ugly. It's afternoon. You may proceed with your testimony, Commissioner Gabriel.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Marvin Blyden, Chairperson of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, committee members, all other senators in attendance today, as well as those in the listening and viewing audience. I am Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of the Department of Public Works. With me today is Deputy Commissioner of Transportation, Carol Overson McGregor, and the Highway Program Manager, Mr. Jomo McLean. I thank you for the opportunity to provide general updates to this committee on the status of public transportation and road projects across the territory. Today, we have decided to focus our updates on the department's extensive work since October 2021 on the roads and public transportation system to include both the ferry and transit systems in the territory. Road projects. Territory-wide, residents have seen an increase in repairs to local roads, which is due largely to the funds appropriated through this body from the Debt Service Reserve Excess Funds in Act 8454. The department received about $20 million for milling, paving, striping, and drainage improvements to over 30 locations across the territory. We worked closely with Governor Bryan and this body to identify local roads and neighborhoods in severe disrepair. As of March of 2022, 11 of the 17 Act 8454 projects on St. Croix were completed, and 2 projects are nearing completion. In the St. Thomas-St. John district, 7 of the 17 projects are currently in progress. The projects seen below all include milling, paving, drainage improvements, and striping. A full list of the Act 8454 projects, scopes, and status can be found in the appendix. The department received $22 million from the American Rescue Plan Act in March of 2022 to address several priority road projects throughout the territory. There are a total of 34 projects designated for repair, 17 projects on St. Croix, and 17 projects for the St. Thomas-St. John district. Road projects on Queen Mary Highway and the east end of St. Croix are in progress, while projects at Bassin Triangle, King Street, and Hidden Valley are complete and awaiting striping. Again, a full list of ARPA projects, scopes, and statuses can be found in the appendix. Carlton Road Pavement Rehabilitation, Route 667. This project was awarded to Marco St. Croix. Construction began in December of 2020. The project is substantially complete, with punch list items remaining to be completed. The scope for this project includes road reconstruction, asphalt paving, striping, new drainage crossings, new paved waterways, signs, and guardrails. Clifton Hill Connector Road, Melvin Evans Highway Container Port Intersection, Phase 1, Route 75 and 66. This project was previously authorized for construction by the Federal Highway Administration in 2017. The project was rebid in fall of 2021, and we received Federal Highway concurrence to award in February of this year. The contract is currently being executed, and we anticipate beginning construction by the end of April 2022. The scope for this project includes major road reconstruction, asphalt paving, road widening, striping, drainage, construction of turn lanes on Melvin Evans Highway, new signalization, water line relocation, and utility pole relocation. Mount Welcome Pavement Reconstruction, Gallows Bay St. Croix, Route 753. Construction on this project is being performed by 11 Construction. The scope includes major road reconstruction, pavement markings, signs, and drainage improvements. Construction work is expected to be complete by this summer. Clearview Retaining Wall Project, ERVI 33, Crown Mountain Road, St. Thomas. Work on this project is approximately 78% complete. The contractor is Rumina Construction. Utility work delayed the project. However, we anticipate the final utility company to address their outstanding work within the next 2 weeks, allowing the contractor to complete the remaining scope items. The contract amount for this project is $1,098,805. The following outlines the status of Garvey projects backed by the Federal Highway Administration. To date, the department has expended over 62 of the allotted $91 million in Garvey funds. Veterans Drive Project Phase 1, St. Thomas, $48 million. In conjunction with the Eastern Federal Lands Highway Division, the project was awarded to American Bridge. Construction is substantially complete as work is 99% complete. The scope for this project includes new seawall construction, roadway widening, promenade construction, drainage improvements, historic styled pedestrian and street lighting, signalization, signage, and landscaping. Melvin Evans Highway Project, Route 66, $15 million. This project was divided into 6 segments, with 4 of the 6 segments now completed. The 5th segment is substantially complete, with punch list items remaining, and the final segment just received concurrence and award from Federal Highway on March 30th of 2022. Mahogany Road, Route 76, St. Croix, $8 million. The design consultant has completed and submitted the 100% plans to the department for review. DPW is currently in the right-of-way acquisition process. The scope for this project includes pavement reconstruction, asphalt paving, new drainage crossings, paved waterways, striping, and signage. We anticipate advertising this project in the fall of 2022. Hams Bluff Road, Route 63, St. Croix, $7 million. The department is utilizing Federal Highway's RFP template for the territory to solicit for the services to perform this work. Spring Gut Road, Phase 1, Route 85, St. Croix, $9 million. The construction documents for this project is approaching the 100% stage. The design firm has submitted the right-of-way plans, and the department has initiated the acquisition process. Cyan Valley Road, Route 81, St. Croix, $3 million. Construction is nearing completion as the project is approximately 96% complete. Rattan Road, Route 74, St. Croix, $3 million. Construction documents for this project are being prepared in-house. Survey services are complete and design is underway. Frederickstead Roads, Route 702, 7025, 7027, 7029, and 7023 on St. Croix at $3 million. The design firm has submitted construction plans to DPW for review. The department provided comments for the designer to address, and we anticipate advertising this project for bid in June of 2022. Christiansted Roads, Route 754, 74 East, and 75 West on St. Croix. Eastern Federal Lands was assigned to the project development. The project is currently in preliminary design development. The department is also coordinating with our utility partners to synchronize disruption to the public. Capital Improvements Program. Building permits, as well as electrical and plumbing permits for the Pauley Joseph Stadium project have been approved. The contractor recently completed concrete pours for the right field mat slab and sections of the left and right field stadium walls. They are currently working to move stockpile soil and grading for the outfield. Next, the contractor will continue with concrete pours for the center field mat slab. The Vitran Maintenance Facility project on St. Croix is approximately 50% completed. We anticipate reaching dry-in status, all doors, windows, and roof installed for all buildings by the end of April 22. And those buildings include the main building, bus wash and maintenance building, oil containment building, and tire storage building. Cemeteries. The department continues to make major strides in enhancing and expanding the territory's cemeteries. I would like to take this moment to thank this body for approving the funding to build additional crypts for veterans and the general public at the Smith Bay Eastern Cemetery on St. Thomas. The department is currently seeking a crypt construction vendor and will advertise this job within the next 2 weeks. DPW is also conducting general repairs on the chapel, hiring an additional staff member to be stationed at this cemetery, and clearing space at the rear of the plot to provide more burial space. In-house architects completed the design for the Western Cemetery walkway and wall repairs as part of the department's overall cemetery improvement plan. We are actively working with both Governor Bryan, Lieutenant Governor Roach, and Director O'Neill from the Office of Management and Budget to identify funding to begin this project by the end of the calendar year, as the Bryan Roach administration is committed to honoring our loved ones and ancestors in a way befitting of their memory. At the Kings Hill Cemetery, we have cleared and grubbed additional acreage to accommodate more burial spots. In the coming weeks, we will grade the land and anticipate the extra space being available by summer of 2022. The Kings Hill Cemetery parking lot is currently undergoing much needed repairs. Reconstruction work began in February of 2022. The scope for this project includes removal of the existing asphalt pavement, installation of new asphalt pavement, placement of soil erosion control measures, striping, and temporary traffic controls. This $624, $564, and 50-cent project, funded by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, is expected to be completed by the end of April 2022. The hurricane-damaged Kings Hill Chapel will soon get a facelift. This project was approved by FEMA and design is now 60% completed. We expect construction on the chapel to be completed by April of 2023. The mapping of the Virgin Islands Public Cemeteries Initiative is set to begin in summer of 2022 as well. The contract with Tulane University was recently finalized, which, when implemented, will utilize Geographic Information System, GIS technology, to aid DPW's efforts towards modernizing its historical records. The GIS software will provide a mapping tool using 3D imaging and geocoding to assist in the creation of geographical maps to pinpoint burial locations. The advanced capabilities of the GIS system will assist the department and one day the public in locating grave sites and plot numbers for all cemeteries within the territory. The Office of Public Transportation, VITRAN. The Ferry Transportation Program was approved and officially accepted by the Federal Transit Administration, FTA, and the Federal Highway Administration, FHWA, in October of 2021, after many years of having the ferry service within the U.S. Virgin Islands recognized as an integral part of our public transportation multimodal system. This is the first ever developed and approved ferry transportation program plan for the territory. The program includes planned ferry services between all major islands territory-wide. As part of the plan, the Office of Public Transportation will continue to apply for grants for ferry boats and services for all the routes on the territory's ferry system. Thus far, grants have been submitted for the St. Croix-St. Thomas route and the St. John-St. Thomas route. In December, the Virgin Islands was awarded a passenger ferry grant for $5.1 million to purchase a 100-foot ferry with a 300-passenger capacity to meet ridership demands and reduce congestion during rush hour on the St. John-St. Thomas route. As part of the multimodal system, buses are expected to meet ferry passengers on either side of the route. I want to publicly thank the ferry operators, Transportation Services, and Varlock Ventures for their roles in these major successes. Their active participation and information provided was essential, and we truly appreciate our partnership. We are looking forward to great things to come from this program in the near future. New buses are in various stages of the procurement process, with 4 heavy-duty buses and 10 paratransit ADA buses. Half are already en route to the Virgin Islands, while the other half are in the final stages of the outfitting process. These new buses will replace old buses that have surpassed their useful life and are no longer safe to operate. Old buses slated for replacement will be assessed and recommended for disposal or donation. Placing new buses in service will increase reliability, efficiency, and the delivery of services. Vitran is expected to realize an increase in revenues when compared to previous years, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. Thus far, Vitran has collected $107,559 this fiscal year, while in fiscal year 2021, total revenues collected were $182,519. Along with new buses, Vitran has hired additional bus operators, which decreases employee burnout and overtime costs. Vitran has seen savings in operations only now to be faced with the exorbitant increase in fuel costs. Vitran is implementing its revenue-generating advertising program on buses and shelters. We are finalizing the scope of work for solicitation as our team believes the highest and best use for this program is to work with an advertising firm to manage this robust program, with the department collecting a percentage of the gross revenues from advertising. This solicitation is expected to go out later this month. Hurricane repairs. The department is undergoing hurricane repairs on 4 of its facilities. Work on the St. John main office building is nearing completion. This space will house the department's St. John operations crew. Work included repairs on the 2nd floor and exterior staircase. The design for the Anna's Hope compound in St. Croix is 50% complete, with a scheduled completion date of August of 2022. The project is expected to be completed within construction on the project is expected to be completed within 5 years, or approximately October of 2027. The design for the Anna's Hope temporary facility is 60% completed. The design is expected to be completed by June of 2022 and construction completed by September of 2023. Once complete, employees housed at the current Anna's Hope compound will move to this location to allow construction on the permanent compound to begin. The design for the Frederickstead compound is also 60% complete, with a scheduled completion date of June 2022. This project will take 18 months to construct and is expected to be completed by March of 2024. Hurricane preparation. In preparation for the upcoming 2022 hurricane season, DPW is currently performing gut assessments and will develop a gut cleaning schedule to have all guts cleared and ready before June 1st. Upon VITEMA's authorization, the department distributes sandbags to the public. In addition to sand and bags, DPW also provides necessary tools for filling. Pre-filled sandbags are reserved for the elderly and physically challenged individuals. Strategic prepositioning. DPW has established the following protocol and preparation measures. 1. All DPW operations personnel, along with all roadside contractors, are assigned to specific locations throughout the territory with a mandate to address all emergency agencies, locations, and routes first, such as hospitals and fire stations. We meet 72 hours before the impending storm to review all assignments and protocol. 2. Once a presidential declaration has been made, emergency contractors join the process of roadside clearing and debris removal. They address all high-priority locations first, which includes hospitals, fire departments, and police stations throughout the territory. 3. Emergency contractors. DPW has contractors for the following: emergency roadside clearance, emergency debris removal, emergency debris monitors, emergency roof repairs, DPW emergency generator service and maintenance. The Hurricane Emergency Task Order contracts for the St. Thomas St. John District were amended and approved. The St. Croix District contracts were also amended and are pending final approval from the Department of Property and Procurement. All contracts will be in place prior to the start of the hurricane season. As always, I want to close by thanking the men and women who serve in this department. The projects mentioned in today's testimony would be impossible without their hard work and dedication. Words cannot adequately express my appreciation, and I am honored to work side by side with this incredible team. I am motivated and encouraged by you every day. I want to personally thank our residents across the territory for your trust, your patience, and understanding as we continue the territory's transformation out of the hurricanes of 2017. We are excited about the great things to come and look forward to bringing the projects discussed today to fruition. My team and I are ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony, Commissioner Gabriel. Colleagues, we're going to continue with the 7 minutes first round for the Department of Public Works. But before I go there, Mr. McLean, let me go to you first before I even go to my colleagues right quick, because I was looking at the chart with the Debt Service Reserve Funds, Act 8454. And we had several roads that were pretty bad, you know, in this district, right? And first, let me ask you, in respect to North Star Village, we've been speaking about that from the time I came into this body. And the condition in terms of ambulance, you know, fire service, etc., getting to those residents over the years. Why is it on hold? What's going on?
Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager. It's when we say on hold, it's only because we have a limited number of contractors of road paving companies. So it's already been assigned. So the company that will be taking care of North Star Village is actually working in St. John right now. So when they come back to St. Thomas, they'll be working at North Star. So it's scheduled to begin in May.
So and are they on schedule?
Yes.
Good news for those individuals. And the avenue, it's still in the design phase for $2 million?
So the First Avenue project, we actually doing a design build solicitation. So that solicitation is going out in a few weeks for First Avenue.
And finally, the road to Bodo. Excellent work, whoever the contractor was. I think it was Island Roads?
Yes.
Boy, that's a nice drive. Excellent work, but the striping not nice. It's kind of dark. How quickly can we see the road being striped?
That road should be striped within the next 2 weeks. They've already striped Mandal Road, and then I'm not sure which order off the top of my head, but it should be within the next 2 weeks. It should be striped.
I know you're gonna make my millennial senator very, very happy, very happy. But nonetheless, Senator DeGraff, you recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers.
Good afternoon.
Happy to have you guys here. Commissioner, welcome. Guardrails in the territory. Any projects regarding fixing some of the, or replacing some of the guardrails that have, disappeared around the territory?
Yeah, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner for the Department of Public Works. Yes, we do have guardrails as a part of the scope for most of our major projects. And then we do have also a local an initiative on the local side where we're fixing and replacing guardrails as well. So we do have a pretty extensive list, and we're working with both our federal projects as well as on the local side to repair and replace them.
Okay, and the, we'll jump over to the Bavoni Road. Those 4 roads, we've been waiting to get here from, it started off beginning of the year and it keep moving. What's the latest update on the Bavoni roads for their repair?
So I know we do have, like we've discussed, we do have a FEMA project. It's in design. It is moving forward and progressing nicely. And I know we are making some temporary repairs. I'll ask Mr. McLean just if he can add on that.
Right. Okay. Good. Jomo McLean again. In the Bavoni roads, what we've discussed and what we intend to do is with the mill material that we're taking up from some of the other road projects, we're going to bring some temporary relief to the residents in those 4 roads, and so that should be happening in the next couple of weeks as well. We've accumulated enough material that we can now fill some of those larger holes in the Bavoni area upcoming shortly.
And when will they be finally repaired? When will that supposed due to start?
Like the commissioner indicated, though, the design is ongoing. We anticipate the design to be complete later this fall, sometime around October or November, and then it's going to go to bid. So probably permanent repairs won't be completed till early next year or mid next year.
Okay. Presently, what is the status of the Cancrine Bridge? Structurally, it's across a major thoroughfare. Structurally, people cross it every day. What is the status of that?
So, Senator, right now, I know we've been looking at it. It's in decent shape. I know we were looking at trying to make some repairs down in the future, though. Right now, we don't have anything upcoming, like immediately upcoming for that bridge.
Okay. I noticed the roads have been paved, seem to be very thin in asphalt. What is the thickness supposed to be for the roads being paved? An inch, 2 inches, or what?
I'm gonna ask our program manager for the Office of Highway Engineering, Joma McLean, to respond.
Jomo McLean, the normal 2 inches. So
2 inches? Oh, okay.
Yeah, they've been putting down.
Okay.
They do like a leveling course first, which is like an inch just to make once they do the milling, and then they come back and they do 2 inches, standard 2 inches.
It seemed like it would be standard 4 inches. Okay. I know all work taking place in public work running on all cylinders. What is the morale of the public work department right now?
That's a good question. I think overall, people are excited to see the amount of projects that are going on. I've been trying to meet with just about every division. We actually recently met with Vitran, and I think overall they were just happy to hear all the work that was going on. Now, I think there's always room for improvement. Like I indicated in the testimony on the Vitran side, we will be replacing some of the buses, which I think will assist. We have been listening to our drivers, which is most important. And they've given us some pretty good tips on how to improve not only our delivery of service, but also our customer service. I think on the operations side, we've been offering those guys more training, making sure to offer path for upward mobility, having the discussions and really speaking to them about applying for all opportunities for internal promotions. So I'd say that we're definitely better off than when I started, but I think there's always room for improvement.
Okay, and you mentioned right where I wanted to end up. The Vitran, the Act 82 with regards to basing on the buses we presently have now.
Was that advertising, Senator?
Correct. With the buses, the advertising on the buses and bus stops, how many buses do we have presently now? And with those 14 coming, what number are we looking at buses having total in the territory?
So I'm gonna ask Ms. McGregor, Ms. Carol Overton McGregor, to respond.
McGregor, Deputy Commissioner of Transportation. We will still remain at the 52 mark because those buses will replace the existing fleet that have surpassed their useful life.
Okay, 52 buses. Have you spoken to different advertising firms presently as to what you're looking to do with the advertising on the buses and bus stops? What kind of revenue are we looking at generating?
No, we haven't really spoken to any advertising companies. We've been focusing on getting the scope out. I would say with that one, we're probably like 90% complete, 95% complete. So we should be putting that out to advertise no later than the end of this year, or end of this month, early next month. So we're really excited about that revenue generating opportunity.
So you said an advertising firm to manage a robust program with the department collecting a percentage of the gross revenues. How does that work? What are you putting out?
So what
percentage?
What we're anticipating is, of course, contracting with a vendor. They will be responsible for putting it out there, going to solicit different businesses that want to advertise on the bus, putting together a rate schedule that we negotiate, and then we'll be coming up with a negotiated percentage of those funds going to Vitran, with the remainder of them staying with the private company as their payment.
So when you say for each one they do, the government, the department gets a percentage, or the advertising company?
Yeah, so it will be a percentage, an overall percentage, but it'll be like a percentage on each ad, if you will. But it'll be an overall percentage of the gross advertising revenues that we're collecting.
Okay, you don't have a ballpark figure what you think you could generate?
No, I don't, because like I said, we really haven't sat down with any company just because we knew we were going to put it out for solicitation. So I didn't want to give anybody an unfair advantage.
Okay, how many mechanics do we have for the buses? Wait, Mr. Chair, will 10 call? I didn't hear anything. If it was, I apologize.
Yes, he called time several times. You can
Oh, I
you
do
can wrap up.
apologize. I do
No,
apologize, Mr.
that's okay. You can wrap up. Continue.
Thank you for the.
Continue,
Yeah, I
Senator.
just wanted to wrap up with how many bus mechanics do we have presently working?
I'll ask, again, I'll ask our Deputy Commissioner of Transportation, Ms. McGregor, to respond.
Carol, Overseer McGregor, we have 2 mechanics on the island of St. John, 5 on the island of St. Thomas, and 3 on the island of St. Croix.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair, and the lead.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Commissioner, you see a percentage of the proceeds goes to the Department of Public Works. And I know it's based on a job, but what percentage of each job, how does the contract done? What the percentage to 50-50, 60-40? How does it work?
So
there must be some mechanism to that percentage.
So we're going to negotiate with them. There is the standard industry rate that you typically look at splitting.
Correct.
So we have been talking about that internally. I don't want to
Of
divulge.
course not.
Yeah.
Of course not.
I don't want to divulge that, but we've been having good conversations, and we've been looking at modeling it after other states too and what they do. So it should be a good chunk of change that we have. So I just want to thank this body again.
And how many advertising agencies you're looking to work with who have the capacity to do such work?
We're hoping to do 1 in each district.
1?
Yeah, 1 in each. So it's we want to give a company a chance to really maximize on the market, and I'm afraid that if we split it, there won't be enough for it. It just won't make sense.
Commissioner, you remember, not only businesses, you have a bunch of different, for instance, campaign coming up, most people will want to put it up on buses. What are you talking about 1? They won't be able to keep up. I'm being honest with you. You need more than 1 because it's a lot of work, and if I want to advertise or anyone wants to advertise and you can't, that's a problem.
Right.
So you need to have more than 1. You need to have more than 1.
I appreciate the recommendation. We'll definitely look into that.
Okay, very well. Senator Whitaker, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon to our testifiers.
Good afternoon.
Well, I just want to first, on the outset, indicate that it's been a journey with Public Works. I do want to put out on the record, though, that one of the things that's really important for us in really building this executive-legislative relationship, we got to continue to have. I really suggest that our committee meet more with you consistently. As you know, Commissioner, many emails, requests, and I do appreciate the fact that you did reach out to me. We did have a meeting in preparing for even today's hearing because it's really important to get the information to the public. I want to start off with a low-hanging fruit around the night work. Recognize that night work continues, the notification. So as I briefed you over the matters surrounding the notification of night work, making a lot more information out there about night work, making it a lot more clear. Right now, the last set of night work was on Facebook, but it was a little hard to read. Well, it wasn't really highlighted that it was that it was night work. And working with our visually impaired community, person with disabilities, making sure that we reach out to them. Commissioner.
Yeah, again, Derek Gabriel, Commissioner, Department of Public Works. You did make the suggestion. We did have a chance to talk to the communications team just about trying to get more lead time out there, working with not only the print publications, but also trying to reach out to some of the radio stations to see if they would advertise it, like we said, either pro bono or at a discounted rate. It is a little difficult. This is a different season, so everybody is charging. But we are trying to find more ways to be accommodating to our entire public.
For example, I know, well, even I'll throw out there WTJX, some stations, for example, I don't believe that I could be mistaken, I believe they charge. And so just looking for PSA opportunities, I really encourage that. When it comes now to the engineering standards of our road, our current structure of legislation doesn't really mandate that our roads meet certain specific engineering requirements. Safe to say, absent of legislation, how are we really ensuring that the roads meet engineering standards, and is that information available? How can you make that information available to the public so their concerns about the integrity of the roads, the ones being repaired, that they will be maintained well?
So I know under the previous administration, the previous governor and former Commissioner Petty did sign an executive order mandating that our roads be raised to the federal standards. So we've been trying to follow through with that where we can, especially on new road construction and on new road reconstruction. And I know we've spoken about it. Most of our neighborhood projects are now including drainage as well. That's one of the things that we did when we did our new task orders. We included some drainage rates so that we could include swales, new culverts where necessary, new drains, that kind of stuff.
And both of our towns. In the report for this hearing, you provided the ARPA report and local funding report, but I'm speaking about the Interior, Office of Interior funds. Have those been depleted with respect to the town roads, the town roads?
So for Christiansted, our project is on hold. We are working with Waste Management. They do have a wastewater line replacement project in that area. So we're waiting for them to finish it so that, we're just digging once. Okay. And in Frederickstead, we completed phase 1 of the OIA funded project. That was done by VI Paving. And then the second phase, which is being done by Consolidated Asphalt, is currently underway.
So to the chairman, I would need the OIA report. Despite the fact that I'm the liaison to the Office of Interior and I regularly engage the Department of Interior, there still seems to be a gap between the legislature and all the departments with respect to OIA information. I continue to reach out, but that was part of colonialism, where it seems as if there's a sort of a disrespect for the legislative body. We do get information time to time from OIA, but I'm going to request the specific information to the chair. The next item I want to follow up on is, of course, you have on the bridge. This one on St. Croix now. We talked about bridges earlier. The Lagoon Bridge. We continue to know that is an important pastime for our constituents. And where are we with the Lagoon Bridge project?
I'll yield to
and the lights too, in coordination with WAPA.
Okay, I'll yield to Mr. Jomo McLean.
Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager. Yes, Senator, on the Lagoon Bridge, the design by the contractor, VI Paving, is approximately 70% complete. And the contractor anticipates, actually, he's scheduled to start work in August of this year to replace the Lagoon Bridge.
How do you envision reaching out to the residents who continue to contact us and lay their concerns around the bridge? What are you doing in that regard for the residents in that area?
Well, we'll be working with our communications team to provide regular updates on not just that bridge, but all of the other bridges that are slated for reconstruction later this year. So we'll be setting out regular PSAs.
Vendor relations, because I engage with a number of vendors around notice period, like they will get the contract, the notice, be awarded, but not be able to start for 2 years. How are we addressing these gaps in work beginning, with time from the contracting to work starting?
So a lot of it goes into the planning. We've been working with our federal partners and our local partners to make sure that the funding is aligned and ready to go. So you've been seeing that timeline shrink on recent projects, but we've been getting them moving. And just even before we walked in, we talked about working with property and procurement to get that, the time minimized from contract award to notice to proceed.
Thank you. Transportation, and I do see Ms. Overseen present. You didn't dive deep into transportation in your testimony, but I do want to speak about the buses for persons with disabilities, elderly. How are we with the repair and purchasing of the buses for a person with disabilities? And on those also all those who need the use of the special service with Tran.
Carol Overson McGregor. Currently, we have 10 paratransit ADA buses on order. 5 were to be delivered to the dock or loaded last week, Thursday, and 5 are in the finalization of the outfitting process.
And how are you reaching out to the community of persons with disabilities, even working with the ADA coordinators, so that there's awareness internal awareness, of course, obviously, but also external awareness of this taking place? Because I do hear concerns from both internally and externally regarding the buses.
We have numbers on each island for the participants or the certified passengers to contact us. We also provide on an annual basis, we do have town hall meetings on each island for the community to participate as well.
Can you give us, so what's do you have the dates already for the town halls for the service, Bytron services?
We usually keep them in the month of July on each island.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Ms. McGregor, in respect to the buses, and it's a good thing for our people we get new buses. Safety is very important, and the drivers. Let me ask you, though, the old buses, how do you dispose of them, and do you receive any type of revenues for those buses? How does it work?
The buses are very well used. We average about 200 miles per day on a paratransit bus. At the end of their cycle, depending on the condition of them, if they are in good condition, we can then pass them through to organizations that need transportation. If they are not in such good condition, we dispose them through the property and procurement process.
And what's their life cycle, may I ask?
The life cycles range from 5 to 7 years.
Okay, very well. Senator Saru, you recognized for your 7 minutes. Senator Saru. Senator VLA. Deems. Very well. Senator Gregory, are you there? Okay, very well. Commissioner Gabriel, let me basically state in respect to the cemeteries mapping initiative. You know, I think it will bring comfort to thousands of Virgin Islanders when it comes to their family and the families, you know, who they seek to honor, especially their ancestry. And I believe when it comes to genealogical and historical research, it's going to be a great help for those individuals. But a portion of the program that deals with the GIS mapping on a grave site is one thing, and organization and digitization of the burial records is another. So let me ask, how far back, first of all, will you be going in terms of your research? That's my first question.
I mean, as far back as we have, so our goal, our plan is to digitize all the records that we have. I know we had a few records that suffered some losses after the 2017 hurricanes, but we're going back to records that we have. I know we have some going back to the 50s, I know in the St. Thomas district, and then the 60s for sure. So we're going to digitize them all just so that we could make sure that we have them captured for future use.
What's the time frame in terms of completion, in your opinion?
That's an extensive project. I want to say it's probably like at least an 18-month project. Right now, we're beginning the GIS portion. We're hoping to even be able to, and I know Senator Whitaker, we spoke about being able to rope in some UVI students as well.
Oh my, that was my next.
So that they could learn, that process.
My next question in terms of what type of assistance do you have in terms of UVI and or high school students, because they would enjoy, even to those who are heading that field.
Right.
You know, you will want to bring them in.
Well, it sparks our interest also in that field, you know, because it is pretty extensive. I mean, right now, and Mr. McLean can tell you on almost every one of our undergrounding projects, we work with a university that's doing extensive research on archaeology and burial grounds. So we're hoping to get our children exposed to that as well, so that they could realize that's a future career path.
Excellent. Now let's go to the infamous Paul E. Joseph Stadium here in Adams St. Croix. And it's a good thing the project has been approved, correct?
Right. Yeah, that project is back underway. We got the
Clomar.
The Clomar. I keep forgetting the Clomar. We got the Clomar, so we're back underway, and it's really exciting to see construction progressing and to see walls going up.
Yes, and looking at the pictures, some finally going up. So, number one, how the progress going? Number two, what the time frame for completion of this most important project?
So the process is going pretty well. Our chief engineer meets with their project team on a weekly basis. She's been doing a really good job managing that project. We're looking at still achieving substantial completion in November, with it being finally complete in about March of 2023.
Okay, let's go to the ferry transportation program. We have been talking about this for some time now, and the importance of basically to other different islands. I know years ago, when we was way before we were born, back in the day, I mean, that was our bus industry in terms of basically trades and commodities, etc. Now, I'm happy that the feds finally realize what we know all along. You know, it's one territory separated by water. But at the same time, it should have been part of the Federal Highway Administration. It should have been years ago. So what does that mean, number one, in terms of funding? Number two, in terms of our people when it comes to getting from point A to point B, etc. What does that mean in terms of a game changer, in my opinion?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So first of all, we do have 5 federally approved routes, right? Maritime routes?
Yes.
5 federally approved maritime routes.
Can you name them for us, please?
So I have to add that one. I have to add.
Carol
That's fine.
Overson
You have a team
McGregor.
there. Yeah.
We have 2 routes from Red Hook to, one from Red Hook to Cruz Bay and one from Red Hook to Enahide Pond. Those are the Route 32M series. Then we have one route from Gallows Bay to St. Thomas Harbor. We have another route from Water Island to Crum Bay. And then we have the waterfront routes as well.
The waterfront cruise bay.
Right. St. Thomas waterfront routes as well.
Very well.
So I just, before, I want to also add, we've been really doing a good job. I want to thank both Mr. McLean and truly Ms. McGregor and her team. Because Mr. McLean and Ms. McGregor are both meeting with FTA and FHWA on a consistent basis. And I think that the reason that we've been able to see the successes over the last 12, 14, 18 months is because of those consistent meetings, coming into compliance, but also getting the information from the ferry operators. I think that's been a real tremendous help. And with the approval of the transportation plan, now I think you're just going to see more successes come in the future. We're applying for another raise grant, so that should be, hopefully we're hoping to win it this year. And I mean, we're just really excited about the big things to come.
And you mentioned Water Island, and something came to mind. I know, 2 terms ago, I was trying to assist and see how I can bring revenues to the department through the dock you guys have there in Water Island. Do you guys collect anything for the dock?
No.
We're going to have a sidebar, okay? You need to, because we have invested, and you should be collecting something, okay? So I'm going to talk to you about that legislation, okay?
Thank you.
I see a good senator on the screen. Senator Saru, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. You're good.
Good. Good afternoon to the of your audience. Good afternoon, Commissioner Gabriel, and to those testifying. The Avenue, where are we on that project? The Avenue, the road.
I'll ask Mr. McLean to respond.
Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager. The Avenue, we're just about wrapping up the solicitation, and we plan to go out for design build solicitation in the next few weeks.
Okay, so what's the scope of that project? Are we doing the sidewalk and the road and drainage, or what does that look like?
Yes, so we're doing a new roadway, and we're also doing drainage and the sidewalk as well, because the existing drainage infrastructure is under the sidewalk. So we'll be redoing the drainage, and henceforth we'll be replacing the sidewalk.
What's the time frame?
For the completion of the project? Roughly 18 months.
Okay, and it went out to bid already, or you're finalizing that?
It's going out to bid in a few weeks, in 2 weeks.
Okay, good. Everybody I live border, right? So where are we on striping of that road?
Yeah, no, you could go ahead, Jomo, please.
Striping of the Estate Hope Road project should be completed within the next week or 2.
And where are we on overall striping period in the territory? I know that we have roads to fix, but there are roads that are older, that are not new, that needs to stripe. I have 2 senior parents, and one day driving home with my father, I was a passenger. And I was quite concerned because I knew he could not find the lane he belonged in. And if he has an issue, I am sure other people, I wear glasses, as you can tell. You really can identify the road. If you don't live in the Virgin Islands in St. Thomas, St. John District, specifically, I don't know what's happening in St. Croix. You really don't know where to turn, where you should go up. Our signage and our striping remains a problem. Is that the utmost concern to you, Commissioner?
Yes, ma'am. So since I've come on board, we have made it a priority. As you know, we do have the ER signage project, and we've been replacing signage across the territory. We recently hired a new person in the department to do striping in the St. Thomas, St. John district. So that's getting up and going. We're getting the supplies, and we have been making sure to reach out to our every project that we have, we include striping. So you're going to see striping going, you're going to see a lot of striping coming in the coming months.
Okay, because that's of concern for me. When you come in now, you have no idea what lane you in, where to turn. There's no arrow, there's nothing, and that's concerning to me. Now where are we on? So Black Point Hill, I see we studied Black Point Hill. What's the projected time on Black Point Hill?
I'll yield to Mr. McLean.
Jomo McLean, Black Point Hill is should be completed in the next 6 months, 6 to 8 months.
Now, Black Point Hill, that little area that you are on, that's not the only part given away. Do you plan to go further up?
We have a couple sections to do on Black Point Hill, as well as replacing all the guardrails.
Okay, because that's the only route that we have to the west end. We don't have multiple roads to choose from. Let's talk about bathrooms briefly. Mr. Gabriel, I talked to you about St. John. St. John bathroom, deplorable. Have you been able to rectify that?
So we went over to St. John last week. I did take the chief engineer, our procurement officer, as well as our architect, and we are developing a scope of work to completely rehabilitate those restrooms.
Now, St. Thomas too, are you in charge of the bathrooms in the Fort Christian parking lot?
Said that one again, already.
The one in Fort Christian parking lot, are you in charge of that one too?
Yeah, yes.
Commissioner?
Yes.
Okay. So my concern is, I know we have vagrants, I know we have homeless people that go and defecate the bathroom and what's not, but that still shouldn't take away from the intent of a public bathroom. You don't close a public bathroom because it's being defecated. You find a cleaning company to clean it when it's done, because when we shut these bathrooms down, that's a problem. We had cruise ships in town. We have people that traverse the area. You have a lively vendors plaza. The Fort Christian parking lot has events, and the bathrooms remain shut on the weekends. Are there any intentions to improve the bathroom schedule in St. John and on St. Croix?
Yes. In St. Thomas, in St. John and St. Thomas, you mean?
I meant to say, yeah, I don't know why I said St. Croix. It's been a long day. St. John and St. Croix. St. John and St. Thomas, thank you.
Yes, understanding that you mean St. Thomas and St. John. Yes, we do.
Yes, this district.
I did also speak to the Department of Tourism to see if they could help us with an overall contract to clean those restrooms, so you have somebody continuously manning them. So we are hoping to partner with them to get that funded in the very near future.
Okay.
1 minute.
Tell me about Mariandal and the road that's given away. We know the construction that person is doing at their home is undermining the road. That's a private contractor caused a public issue. Right. Where are we on that project? Or how's that?
Yeah, so I personally went out to inspect it last week. I have been in contact with DPNR so that we can address it. I have also asked our Deputy Commissioner of Operations to work with DPNR so that we can make sure that the homeowner is cited and the contractor is cited, and so that we can make sure that we make the repairs. I do need to probably bring it to your attention so that we could look into getting an estimate to see what those repairs cost.
Okay, and Veterans Phase 2, I know you highlighted Phase 1. When are we going to start Phase 2? I know if it was asked already before, but I apologize.
You said Veterans Drive Phase 2?
Uh-huh.
I'm going to ask Mr. McLean. I'll ask Mr. McLean to respond.
Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager. So we're still wrapping up the final design for Phase 2. However, once we have funding in place, we're hoping that we would go to solicitation in the fall, closer to the end of the year, so we could start construction.
Okay. And I have one more. Mr. Chair, we having a second round?
Yeah, but you could continue. Yeah, we do, but continue your last question, please.
I just have a question and a comment. The road by contact that Mr. McLean, you and I took a personal drive on that road that's going back behind contact to the Wesleyan Church, that goes up there. Where any consideration given to that? I know you talked about when Mr. Commissioner Gabriel spoke about Army Corps of Engineers and leveraging those funds. What have you gone back to revisit that status yet of that road?
Jomo McLean.
Go ahead.
Yeah, yes, Senator. We that project is actually funded with some of the ARPA funds. So we've already issued a notice to proceed to the paving contractor, and they should begin paving in May in the content area.
Okay, and lastly, we have newly paved roads in this district and on St. Croix and on St. John. I live in Bordeaux, and we have a lot of construction taking place in Botany Bay and construction across the island. Cement trucks are going up and down those roads. And in the past, before the road was paved, the cement trucks would spill cement on the road and never look back. So for years on Estate Hope Road, as you go up the hill, your car would like, going up the hill because you were going over a lot of cement spilled by the cement trucks. Commissioner Gabriel, I want your thoughts on this on the public record. What do you think we should do with our cement trucks and big trucks that damage these newly paved roads? Because when a cement drop, it dries, and until we go back to pave the road, the cement is stuck on the road for years. Cut out the road to Bordeaux, we've had cement on our road since I was in high school. Do you think we should increase road taxes for cement trucks? I mean, you don't know who spilled the cement. What do you think we should do to address the cement trucks spilling cement on newly paved roads that end up passing you?
I think it's a good idea, like a impact fee or something. I mean, right now it's a cat and mouse game. Unless we catch them, or unless a resident catches them and reports it to us, and then we can make them clean up, or we do the cleanup. It goes unnoticed and it damages the roads. It damages the roads. I will tell you recently, I have a really good deputy commissioner of operations. He's been pretty successful at not only catching them but getting money recuperated. We actually got some repayment back for a couple of spills on St. Thomas. But I do support it. I think there's an impact that those heavy equipment have on the road, that adverse impact that we end up having to pay for and repair. So yeah, I would support that.
Mr. Chair, thank you for your latitude.
Thank you so much, Senator Saru. And Commissioner Gabriel, who is that deputy commissioner?
Mr. Orville Isaac. Orville Isaac. He's been fantastic with catching, with getting those funds recuperated.
Very well. And not only with the concrete, but in terms of the pressure, with these new roads and back and forth. I think it's a good idea, Senator. I'm looking forward to supporting it. Senator Viale, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Gabriel, who is presently the Assistant Commissioner? I don't know if I missed that.
No one. The department doesn't have one.
Is there a plan to name an Assistant Commissioner?
Yes, there is. Hopefully soon.
Okay. In reference to, and first of all, the projects, the road projects under the debt service reserve excess funds I'm seeing on the island of St. Croix, you have completed the bulk of those projects, so congratulations. I know the Senate, along with government, also put a lot of work into making sure that a number of areas were identified for paving. But the projects under the American Rescue Plan Act, I'm seeing a lot of over and not a lot of milling. What is the life expectancy of these roads that we are presently doing this overlay to? How much years do we expect it to last? How many years?
I'll ask Mr. McLean to respond.
Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager. So the projects without milling that are just overlay, We still anticipate, because we're still maintaining the pavement structure intact, at least 7 to 10 years.
Okay. Are you addressing drainage issues?
Yes, we're trying to address drainage issues in all of the projects.
And how did you determine which projects are going to be funded under the ARPA? And what's the future plan? I know that we have almost $20 million for the next 5 years. You have utilized the 20 this year. What is the plan moving forward for the next series of roads that will be funded under ARPA?
So,
as I know we didn't have any discussion with the legislature in terms of priority. What's the next series of roads that's going to be addressed?
So we've been trying to make sure that we find roads that aren't slated for repairs under FEMA or any other federal project. There are, as you know, there's a significant amount of local roads that haven't been approved by FEMA yet. So those are major thoroughfares is where we've been beginning, and then we've been trying to go to our secondary and tertiary routes. Especially in St. Croix, up front, we use the bulk of those monies to fix our priority roads like Basin Triangle, the East End Road, et cetera. And then on St. Thomas, we tried to get into those neighborhoods that we weren't able to touch with the 8454 funds.
Okay, have we, are there any plans? Have we begin to look at the Mombiju neighborhood roads? They're concrete. I think it's a government owned, but it's in pretty bad condition throughout Mombiju. Have we done an assessment in Mombiju, to your knowledge?
I'm going to ask Mr. McLean to respond.
We're working on that right now. We had some of those roads were impacted a few years back by waste management when they replaced some sewer lines. So we are trying to assess and come up with a plan for repairing, reconstructing those roadways.
Okay, Mombiju, and also if you could look at the State Glen, those are two heavily populated areas.
Right.
And the roads are in really bad condition. So maybe perhaps we can look at a second allotment of those funds to be utilized for those two particular areas that are heavily densely populated with local Virgin Islanders. The Melvin Evans Highway, Williams Delight to Wim stoplight. What is the status?
Williams Delight to Wim. Well, we're actually doing Good Hope to Williams Delight is the phase that we actually, we just got concurrence from Federal Highway, concurrence and award, so that contract is being executed right now.
Okay, so what's your timetable? And that is a Wim stoplight going over the ballpark. What's your timetable?
Yeah, we anticipate starting construction in May and being complete by the end of the year.
Okay, and the same goes for the Clifton Hill Road that will go by the Hovensa Training School all the way to the entrance, the stoplight to Matthew Chow?
Yeah, the Clifton Hill project is actually should be starting this month, by the end of this month. It's going to take a little bit longer because that's new pavement construction because we're doing widening. So that one is scheduled to be 12 months to complete.
Are they still going to relocate the road that runs from down by where McDonald is to the top of the hill? They're going to, I know that they had once cleared the adjacent property for the road. Is the road going to move over?
Yes.
That's still the plan?
Yes, that's still the plan. Okay.
So are they going to work backwards, or they're going to work from the highway, and then that'd be the last part? So we'll get the turning lanes in for by the Covenza Training School? But they're going to start from Machuchel and then work backwards?
Yeah, I think the plan is still to do the widening, the new construction for us, and then do the turn lanes near the end.
Okay. Your patch truck is working on both islands?
Yes.
And they're doing regular patching?
Yes. I think in this district it's like twice a week, and in St. Croix and in St. Thomas we do about three times a week as well, but it's based on the availability of asphalt.
Okay. There's a tremendous pothole right after the gas station, after you pass the Department of Agriculture. You pass the gas station, there's a pothole there that's blowing out people's tires on a regular basis. If you can have them, who does an assessment as to how they're going to assign the patching crew?
We have a pretty good team led by our Deputy Commissioner, Dotson James, Mr. Schultebrand, and our team. We also have Ms. Bruce in Frederickstead and Mr. Ali on the East End. And between them, we come up with
So they're relaying the information to you as to what roads need to be patched?
Yeah, I mean, most times they're actually on it before I could send them pictures and send them out somewhere. They're doing a pretty good job. It's just, again, Senator, a lot of it is based on the availability of asphalt. And these days, it really hasn't been as regular as we would like it to be.
Okay, there's a lot of road construction going on. It seems like the asphalt plants are pushing it out. So
I think they're keeping it for themselves these days.
The Kingshill Cemetery, you have a new area to the back, across from Central High School is the access road. Is there a plan to pave that access road because you're expanding the cemetery? Is there a plan to pave that access road?
So I know the last time we were out there, we talked about it. We don't have any funding right now set aside, but that's something I could add to our improvement plan because I think it would help to give it another access road as well.
Okay, we need it because we're beginning to bury people back there and funerals are being conducted at that particular site. So we need to make sure that individuals have access. What's the status of the signage project that's been taking almost 2 years for us to put up some signs on the island? What's the status of the project?
I'll ask Mr.
Completion date.
I'll ask Mr. McLean to respond.
Jomo McLean.
Miss McLean or Mr. McLean?
Mr. McLean. Mr. McLean. Mr. McLean.
Thank you.
The signage project should be completed in this summer in St. Thomas. Actually, should be completed this summer in St. Croix and in May in St. Thomas.
Okay. Is there a plan for the guardrails? I'm seeing a lot of good patching and good paving going on, but the guardrails are in the grass or just not there.
Yes.
Have we done an assessment of guardrails and how we're going to deal with that?
Yeah, so on every major, especially our federal projects, we're including the guardrails as part of the scope. And then on the local side, we've been trying to find funds and buy machinery so that our operations teams could repair and replace guardrail as well. So there is an ongoing safety initiative that the department has that we're carrying out.
So you want to bring the guardrails to be an in-house project?
We're trying, yeah. I mean, like I committed to during my confirmation hearing, I'm trying to bring as many services in-house as possible as a cost savings measure.
Okay, what type of machinery do you need?
It's like a ditch digging apparatus for the skids there, right?
Yeah.
A pile.
We could use a backhoe and we could there's an attachment that we could use to drive the posts. So we're looking at procuring those.
Okay. You need to submit that to us so we could get that done as quick as possible. I know we did give you some money for equipment in the last budget. Were you able to purchase those equipment?
Yes, we made some pretty good headway. We've made some really good headway as far as not only purchasing new equipment but getting our older equipment up and running as well.
Okay, because that was the intent. We did have a conversation with you about the need to make sure that we have adequate equipment for the patching of our roads. If there's a need for equipment for us to be able to in-house do the guardrails, you need to submit that to the Committee of Finance so that we can see how we can find those monies so we could get those projects done. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Senator Viale. Before I go to a point of inquiry by Senator Whitaker, what equipment did you purchase as a result of the 33rd legislature giving you those funding?
Yeah, so I know we purchased a dump truck. I know we purchased some additional heavy equipment. We're in the process of purchasing 2 vacuum trucks. And then we're also looking at purchasing some additional street sweepers. Like I said, 2 for St. Croix and 1 for St. John.
And what type of savings have you realized as a result of ordering those heavy equipment? And
So I don't have an exact number, but I know, we're able to see during the 2021 hurricane season, we're able to do a lot of those services in-house instead of depending on outside contractors.
I believe the saving is significant, in my opinion.
I agree. I would definitely agree. We've been able to purchase sand, so that's always a good thing.
Very well. Senator Whitaker, you recognize for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Chairman. As I am working on some legislation surrounding the integrity of our roads, as Commissioner, you are aware, and some of your team members, the discussion between concrete and asphalt. So we know roads really last 20 to 30 years when they're well maintained, averages of 10 years, and that's when that lifespan is usually, as I've understood, depends on the maintenance. How does Public Works go about deciding to do concrete versus asphalt roads, especially in our roadways and areas where there's a lot of water, where former rivers used to be and streams? And so how do you make that decision? And can you provide to the committee some form of information as to how you come to that decision by way of policy and how we might have to legislate this situation?
So I will yield to Mr. McLean.
Jomo McLean. Yes, Senator. So, like you just alluded to, one of the driving decision factors in determining whether you construct a roadway in concrete versus asphalt is the presence of water, and especially flowing water. So we've developed as a policy within the department that we definitely will be incorporating concrete roadways in areas that are potentially prone for flooding, one way, because it brings a level of resiliency so that you don't have to reconstruct the roadway after a major storm event because the concrete would hold up. So that's one factor. That's probably the primary factor that we utilize. And then but there's also a balance that has to be struck because a concrete roadway, it's a much rougher ride and it's more wear and tear on the general public as opposed to the asphalt roadway. So we try to make sure we have a fine balance between making sure that our priority roads and especially intersections. We do in concrete in some areas, especially low-lying areas. And then for the convenience of the public, we utilize asphalt in other areas.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. McLean, also, in addition to that, in areas where there are constant water, whatever, like you did by Brookman Road, it makes more sense to use concrete than asphalt. Because you'd be wasting money on a regular basis, correct?
Yes, and that's why we did Brookman Road in concrete, because it's always flooding. It's close to the major drainage of the largest watershed in the St. Thomas district. So
and Cookie Point.
Yes.
Had to do it in concrete. It made sense.
Yes.
Because of the design also.
Yeah.
Very well. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon.
Commissioner Gabriel, I've known you for many years, and you showed me here again today that you're a real brilliant guy. For a small guy, you came in here with 2 big sticks, ready to take on what's before you here today. I truly want to thank the Department of Public Works for the work that's being done. I know we have a lot to do, a lot more to see. And I just want to thank the men and women within your agency and your team that's working to move these projects along. Thank you all also for the updates that you all continue to do. I know when it first started, I had to make a couple of phone calls because I don't like driving up the road and then having to detour and didn't know. But I must say that you all are on top of your game when it comes to that. And again, we still have some issues that we must confront. Mr. McLean, again, I mean, let me give my kudos ahead. I'm listening to the responses. Thank you for being on top of your game and knowing what's going on in your shop. And likewise to Ms. McGregor, who is always responsive whenever I call, even if she have to call me back at night and say I apologize because we were in meetings all day. But first off, I've spoken to numerous commissioners before, as I've told you, and I am not an elected official that like to pit one district against the other. But as I traverse between the two island districts, and we seem to see things operating differently in the other district, it is cause for pause. And going back to our conversations about the roadside contractors, as to why it's being done, handled one way in one district versus the other in the other district. And coming here to my district, I truly don't like to see how it's being handled in the St. Croix district on the highways with regards to our roadside contractors. How are you addressing this issue? Whereas for a quick snippet on St. Thomas, I do see where you have an individual with a weed whacker cutting on the highway, and there will be 2 additional individuals with them holding tarpaulin. They make a little makeshift, whatever you want to call it, but it blocks any of the objects from throwing up in a car windshield, and even littering the roadway, where sometimes people don't come back to even use a blower. What's going on? Why is it so different in the St. Thomas and John district versus St. Croix?
So I think overall, what I've seen since I've been at the department is just a difference in services in each district, right? Like there are certain things that we do way better in this district as opposed to St. Thomas and vice versa. We have been meeting with our roadside contractors more frequently. I have been asking all of our managers to meet with them, talk to them, and give them evaluation feedback, so they're able to see what they're doing wrong, and we're actually able to ask and provide evaluations in their files, which I think is going to make a significant difference.
So let me ask you there, who's conducting these evaluations and who is going out and making these inspections?
So in St. Croix, we have Ms. Dawn Bruce and Mr. Jamil Ali, as well as our Deputy Commissioner, Dotson James. And in St. Thomas, we have Mr. Sean Brown, as well as Mr. Isaac. And
Good. And again, I'm going to ask you to repeat those names, especially in the district of St. Croix, because I'm telling you, it is a poor job going on the highways. You can't even see the concrete median on the highway, how the grass is overgrown and going out in the road. The only thing that's keeping it from growing into the middle of the highway is the constant traversing of vehicles on it. But that needs to be addressed. I heard questions earlier about road signs and guardrails. What's the communications like between your department and the Virgin Islands Police Department, and specifically between, I believe it's what you call yours, Division of Roads and
Office of Highway Safety.
And Office of Highway Safety. What's your communication with the Virgin Islands Police Department, Office of Highway Safety, and the Traffic Investigation Bureau?
It's good. I mean, in both districts, we've been meeting fairly regularly since Commissioner Martinez has come on board. We've pledged resources to assist one another. I know just last week we did a walkthrough of downtown Christiansted, our operations team and their traffic bureau, to identify areas for additional signage, but also areas that we need to do like the curb painting, the restricted curb painting. And we're doing that in St. Thomas, St. John as well, the other district. And then Commissioner Martinez has pledged to assisting us with traffic and safety control measures as well. So I would say it's pretty good.
And thank you. Who did that walkthrough? Because looking for the additional signage and painting, especially in the downtown areas, this could now make sure that we don't have an excuse for any lack of enforcement. If you can't recall who you met with now, it's okay. We could talk about that thereafter. But are you also receiving copies of reports in a timely manner with regards to damaged government to the Virgin Islands property, whether it's a sign that was knocked down or a guardrail?
Timely, no. But we are paving the path for that. We've been speaking about it, and now there's contact people in both commissioners' offices to address that and to streamline that process.
Good, because those respective drivers should be responsible for the replacement of these signs and not the tax-paying citizen.
I agree.
Okay, so I really and truly would like to see some aggression in this area with regards to going after these individuals' private insurance. What about the dirt pileup at major intersections? I continuously finding myself having to call and ask about getting someone to go, especially down to the East Airport. Thank you. The East Airport Road here on Melvin Evans Highway. When you're coming out from the airport, if you're coming out there, and especially if you're one of those that always want to beat the yellow light, and some of them even want to beat the red light. So when you go out there and you realize, oh, shoot, I need to stop, and you hold brakes, you find yourself skidding because there's a whole dirt pileup right there. What are we doing to address these dirt pileups in areas that we know that with the water and whatnot, when it has these hard rains, all this dirt pileup or gravel pileup in a particular area?
So there's a couple of things that we're doing. We do have, I think it's a HMGP project. I think it's a HMGP project that we're doing slope stabilization. That should help us with some of that. That should begin soon. We are procuring street sweepers, like I told you, which should help significantly. And it has been a major help in St. Thomas. And then I have asked our operations team to be a little bit more vigilant after rainstorms, so we could try to clear those intersections in a timely fashion.
So, and you're taking advantage of the, I think it's the TAP grants offered by the U.S. Department of Interior. Do you currently have any grants, grant application in, or what are we doing with, as it pertains to these technical assistance program grants? And you could get, I'm sure you could purchase one or two, I don't know what you call it, whether it's a broom truck or a sweep truck or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, so we've been pretty creative. I know we have the one in for Estate Thomas that we're hoping to be awarded. We haven't put any in for the street sweepers, but we do have funding for the street sweepers. And I know you and I spoke about other OIA funding streams as well. So we have been pretty diligent with that.
So the fact that you have funding for the street sweepers, when could we see at least one in either district?
Yeah, the order, that's what I was going to say. The order is in. I'm hoping by the end of the year. I mean, right now we're just stuck in the same supply chain milling as everybody else, but I'm hoping by the end of the year, the order is in.
So after this, can we get together so that I can see that these equipment have been procured and forthcoming to the territory? Thank you. Time was called. I have a lot more questions, but I know even after this, we have to go to a couple of sites. So again, thank you all very much for what you're doing. We still have a lot of work to be done. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Gaten, we do have one more 3-minute round, so if you want to ask a few more questions, we have one more 3-minute round. Mr. Clerk, please put my 7 minutes on the clock. I need 7 minutes. And I know my colleague who just spoke before me spoke to the roadside and the grass, etc. I know the St. Thomas St. John district that I've seen lately. You ain't supposed to call the name on the floor. That I've seen lately, I've seen an improvement with the curbside cutting. I mean, they're really on top of it. I don't know if it's not raining as much as before or whatever, but they're really on top of it. But let me ask though, because at the same time, when it comes to them cleaning the side of the road and the cemetery, etc., the vendors have been complaining too. I've gotten some complaint in my office in terms of the payment. They say they haven't had an increase in over 10 years. Is there a discussion that the department is having in terms of paying those guys a little bit more in respect to what they're doing to keeping the cemetery and the roadside cut and clean?
So cost of living has increased. So we are, it is a negotiation because of how we do the procurement. So we just recently, I think the bid solicitation for St. Thomas, St. John recently closed. So we're looking at having those communication soon. And then of course we'll begin to negotiate. But also to alleviate some of the stress, we just put out an individual RFP for the cemeteries. Before we were sharing roadside and cemeteries. Now we've separated that. So hopefully we can have dedicated crews in the cemeteries in each district.
Thank you. It's good to hear that. Thank you for that. And I want to basically thank you guys. I don't know if you were part of that, of reopening at Tutu Road. That's been down closed for some time, even when the work was going on. I made several calls, etc. So I'm happy that occurred, and I want to thank you guys publicly. In respect to the roads, my team and I went to a demonstration earlier this week at Dom at UVI for the glass crushing. Can that material be used for roads? Reason being, no, I was so excited. I said, I'm going to follow through with it because it crushes many tons in minutes. And the after product, I know that can be used in asphalt, etc. What's your thought on that? And because I want to see us moving forward in terms of alleviating all that tonnage going to the landfills into other areas, repurpose those materials. What's your thought on that? Because that's going to be my pet peeve moving forward. I'm so serious. I'm so excited about what I saw. And the machine is only $50,000. That's nothing.
Mr. McLean,
what's your thought on that, Mr. McLean?
Jomo McLean. Yes, we're actually looking into that right now. Waste Management contacted us.
Correct.
And they're supposed to send us the specifications on the after product, the end product, so that we can do some analysis on whether it would be something worthwhile that we can incorporate.
And to save you some time, it was already tested by the experts, so it can be used. So I'm just excited and look forward to working with all concerned parties, moving forward. Let me ask you, Commissioner, in terms of the street lights and the system, also to include the cameras and the button for those with ADA. Based on what you have seen thus far since being on board, when it comes to basically maintaining that system, what would you give your team in terms of where you at with response time, etc.?
Yeah, we do need to add some resources. I think the team has been doing as good of a job as we can with the resources we have available. It is a point I've even asked Ms. McGregor to help us out in that regard, based on her background as a transportation planner. We are trying to be more proactive. Like I said, we are even looking into systems with lower maintenance, adding lighted systems, especially in the intersections, to help our pedestrians. So we're looking at, I'm hoping to develop like an overall safety program that we really are implementing more comprehensively, not just on the roadside, but also even on the vertical construction as well.
And in stating that, and while we are on that page, what about the reflectors? I know we spoke about it sometime. I know many reflectors were ordered. There are areas that I drive in where there's really no lights in that area, but a reflector can replace the lights. I mean, those reflectors are so critical and they work so well. What's your thought on that? And have you done an assessment in that respect? That regard?
Yeah, we've had a pretty good conversation about it, and I think you should start to see them deployed, especially in this district pretty soon, especially in this district.
It's needed.
Yeah.
Crosswalks, striping of the crosswalk and showing that when it's faded, we keep on top of that. What's going on with that? Because I know we're striping on road, but what are the crosswalks?
Yeah, thanks for that. So, of course, a few weeks ago, we did have, or I think a few months ago at this point, we did have a pedestrian that was killed. So I do want to just offer my sincere condolences for that. That did spark us to do a real comprehensive assessment, and our guys have been going out and getting some crosswalks done, especially on the Melvin Evans Highway side. And again, it even sparked a larger conversation where we've been speaking to a vendor and looking at some pilot programs, like where we do like a lighted system, so that both the pedestrians and the motoring public can see that, and when a pedestrian is there to stop. So I know we have to provide some information, but we're hoping to see that system deployed, hopefully like summertime, fall time, it should be done.
And I'm happy to hear that in respect to having someone go out and do a regular assessment on a regular basis, because it's critical when it comes to those crosswalks. And since you've been on board, how long have you been on board?
Almost 15 months now.
Okay. And based on your assessment of your department, et cetera, and operations, what adjustment have you implemented or do you want to implement in terms of streamlining your operations, number one? And secondly, when it comes to policies and procedures in terms of your department, can you name two that you think you can see where you might need to change the policy now to assist when it comes to both sides, the customer and your employees? Can you speak to that?
Yeah, so I think the biggest thing we've done is we've really looked at realigning the department, is what I call it. There are some positions that were being underutilized, some that had really outdated because, I mean, the department has changed since its inception. So we've been looking at that. We've been realigning resources. We've really been trying to get closer to our federal partners as well, which has helped us significantly. We've been talking to them, having those discussions, and like I said, we're about, I think on the personnel side, we're probably about 80% finished with our realignment, which we've been seeing that pay dividends. I think our project delivery has been a lot better, has been smoother. The biggest thing you ask, and it kind of walks right into your second question, policies and procedures. We're trying to get a turnaround time for payments, for payment reviews and requests cut down significantly. We've been having a lot of discussions, not only with our internal staff, but also our department dependencies, if you will, the interdepartment dependencies, especially property and procurement. So that not only can we be better and more efficient internally, but have those discussions with the contractors so that their invoices are better the first time around. I think if we're able to get that payment process cut down, you'll see a tremendous, a way happier contracting community. Hopefully we'll see costs go down on some of the construction projects, and we'll be able to get those projects moving more timely. And I think the last thing I would add, and I know I talked to each of you in this body about it, is just really looking at a lot of the internal policies and procedures that we have, and instead of reinventing the wheel, working with our local and federal partners to adopt some of the standards they have and just move forward with that and bringing the department into the 21st century.
And lastly, training of staff, especially those that go out and do the little patching work as we spoke to, etc. Have you invested in training for those guys so they could be up to par and up to standard with federal mandates, etc.?
We're working on it. I know Ms. McGregor has come to me with some training ideas for the rank and file staff, especially the bus drivers. We've talked about getting to know your bus better, like a secondary training for them so that they know all of the features that each bus has. We've been talking about cross-training opportunities. I know on the engineering side, especially the federal engineering side, those guys are always participating in trainings. We've been making those available to the local engineers as well. And then finally, on the operations side, we have been trying to establish certain agreements to get, like you said, like our patchers better trained, get them out there so that they actually know the right way, like, square saw cutting as opposed to just pouring in a hole and tamping and that kind of stuff. So I'm hoping that's one of the big initiatives we're hoping to kick off in 2023. Really getting those guys trained.
Agreed. Thank you for that. I ain't gonna abuse my time. So let's go to a quick 3 minutes round.
Information before. Point of information.
Okay, point of information, Senator Griffith. Senator Gittins, oh my God. Senator Gittins, you recognize for your point of information.
What is this?
You give me card in, you better other name.
How much years we've worked together? Thank you for the point of information. If you don't mind, I wanted to show a quick video if media is ready. Because I wanted to ask about those roadways that may not have been on your list to be paved, but what are your plans to at least mark those roads, paint those roads with the proper signage and whatnot, especially coming from the airport here on St. Croix. So this video, if you could start play. This video, obviously, this is a tourist that came out. You see where that car driving? The car is actually driving eastbound and the westbound. And what the driver is saying, who is videoing there right now, he's saying right way, wrong way, right way, wrong way. And this is what's happening. So as you come out from East Airport Road here on St. Croix, there's no marking there whatsoever. You don't know whether you're in a turn lane to go east, or you're going straight, or you're making a left turn to go west. Obviously, when they came out and they made that right turn to head east, they went right on to the westbound lane, which now they're and what they're doing is they're operating on the left side of that lane. But at some point they had to have realized that, hell, I'm going the wrong way. But there is no way for them to turn off there. So I'm asking, that could have been a head-on collision there. It could have been deadly. So I'm asking, what are your plans for those roads that you may not have had plans to resurface, but they are in need of striping?
Yeah, we are, especially that intersection. I know that we're trying to feverishly get that one striped. That's a major one that I think we're gonna need a little bit of an overlay just so the striping could stick. But we are trying to get some striping done. And like I said, we are bringing striping back in-house as well to add that to the contracting capacity.
Good, because the entire airport road, from West Airport Road, come around the loop passing the airport, coming up the East Airport Road, the whole thing should be resurfaced. All right, so I'm asking you to look at this, make it a priority, because that could have been a deadly situation. Thank God it was not. And this was back in either late January, early February. And the lighting on the highway there as well is poor. From that East Airport Road to West, all the way to the end of the highway, Hannah's Rest, there is no lighting on the west side of St. Croix. So who's responsible for that? Is it Public Works or WAPA?
Well, so I will just say we have it right now slated for the next phase of the Melvin Evans Highway.
First off, who's responsible for the lighting on the highway?
There is legislation that says that WAPA is responsible for the street light maintenance.
Okay, so are we working with them, agency to agency?
I've been talking to them, but overall, what we've been doing, again, you don't wait for safety measures. We've been including it in projects that we have, like this upcoming phase of Melvin Evans will include the entire street lighting system for the highway.
Okay, thank you again.
All right, thank you, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Gabriel, reflectors in the meanwhile. That will work perfectly well. And it's not hard. It's simple. Just put them in. It's simple. Senator DeGraff, I see you're anxious, you're ready to go. You recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. Commissioner, when is Savan scheduled to get paid?
I apologize.
I know that was on your list. Previously, I heard you mention it on your list.
Yeah, I'll yield to Mr. McLean.
Joma McLean, end of the summer.
Okay, good. Okay, I'm gonna be calling every week. Okay, now from Wendy's going down to the highway going west, all roads are below the surface. It's terrible to drive around them. You're falling in them. What is being done to address that, or even around the island, so to fix those kind of manholes that are sunken?
Yeah. So we have been going back. I know over here we have been receiving that complaint. We have been going back and raising them. It is a part of the projects. And then, of course, wherever we have projects going on, like I said, we are raising the manhole covers. And then once those are complete, we're making assessments so that we could go back and do them on an individual case-by-case basis.
Okay, and the cameras that we've seen in the bottom of the traffic lights, so those monitors, so one, are they functional? Two, do you have a team that during hurricane season that may be able to have to go in and take them off to go through the hurricanes?
So I believe they're functional. It's not our project. That's actually VIPD and BIT. But I believe they are functional, and I think they will be taking them down.
Oh, okay. Now, Eastern Cemetery Chapel, what was the updates and that in repairs for that facility?
Yeah, we've been making repairs out there. We've been getting that chapel back online. I want to say I know I had it in my testimony. And I think it's by, give me 1 second. Yeah, so by this Western Smith, by the end of the year, I think our repairs to that facility should be complete. We're looking at replacing the pews as well because they're in pretty bad shape.
1 minute.
Okay, right, they are. Okay, and the private roads, the roads, people submitting petitions. I've submitted a couple to you, forwarded to you. What is the process for getting those approved that the government could take over to repair those roads?
So yeah, since I've been on board, a number of individuals and neighborhoods have submitted petitions to me. I have been educating them on the process, which is that they have to come actually to this body to get the road formally done with legislation. I have been recommending that they also ask for some seed money so that we could make those repairs as well. But I have been pointing them back to the legislature, as that is a function of this body.
Okay, we follow up on that. Now, two things in closing. I don't agree with 2 inches of asphalt on roads. I'm not an expert in any way. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but you could clearly see how thin the roads are. It's a matter of time, the rainy season,
Time.
you know, they're going to be washed up. And finally, before any answer to that, if need be, can I get an update on Paulie Joseph Stadium, please? And you can answer in the chair's time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your Senator DeGraff. Let me respond.
So I'll do Paulie Joseph and then I'll let you do asphalt. So Paulie Joseph, we are progressing pretty well. We've been having some major pours. We have the slabs for both the mat slab for right field and left field are in. The walls are actually now going up, and soon we should be pouring the slab for center field. Once those slabs are in, then you'll start to see the vertical construction happen pretty quickly.
Okay, thank you for that. Estate Pearl. The estate roads, is that on your list?
Estate Pearl, yeah, I think we already did some. Mr. McLean, you want to respond?
Respond to that because I got some text from them. So, yeah, you need to
Yes,
respond.
Estate Pearl, Jomo McLean. Yes, Estate Pearl is on the list. The contractor is slated to be there in June.
Great.
And can I respond to the 2 inches?
Of course.
So the 2 inches, it's not just 2 inches of asphalt on the roadway. There's already existing asphalt. So when we mill, we're just milling off the bad section or the worn section, but there's already an existing asphalt base there. I mean, in most of the roadways have been overlaid so many times. In a lot of places, we have in excess of 8 inches of asphalt already on the roadway. So once we mill and we put another 2 inches on, so that the roadway, the thickness of the asphalt is not just 2 inches.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Whitaker, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to just dive in just real quick, just always educate the public. We're talking about, when we talk about private road designation, right, on Title 20, Section 3A, and it speaks to that pending the dedication. You're correct. They come to you, do the offer, but pending that, the commission may grade and effect temporary repairs to the road or roads containing in the offer. And I went back in history, speaking to some of our elders in the community, that in fact, previous commissioners of public works did give them money to pave their private roads. So let's work together on the seed monies. I have some areas that are really critical. For example, where it's a safety issue. You know, there's some roads where people can't even get necessary equipment to their homes, so there's some critical areas. So I'll follow up with you on that. I wanted to follow up on there was one concern in the Richmond area regarding the speed bumps, how they're being constructed. There's some concern over that. Can you just clarify that concern in terms of the speed bumps in the Richmond area? They're kind of split in the middle. It's not straight across. And I know also the Carlton roads are supposed to be graded down because they were too high.
Yeah, so on Carlton Road, he is going to go back and do that. That is going to be done. In Richmond, I'm not familiar with the issue you're talking about, but I mean, when I leave here, I can always take a drive over and take a look at it.
Thank you. And with that, any engagement of the community, any town halls, going community to community, we spoke about that, any effort to, especially where persons have also done petitions for private roads, but also generally in different communities to speak to them what's going on. I circled up with you all about the Queen Mary, Wim intersection where people have lost their life a number of times in that area. So condolences to those families. Where are we with that?
So I haven't had any town hall meetings per se with like particular like homeowners associations. We've done several Rotary groups. We've been meeting with a lot we've been going back and forth with the governor, meeting with Coral Bay. We met with Cruz Bay. We met with Water Island. We met with the East End residents here on St. Croix. Williams Delight. Oh yeah, we did Williams Delight. We've been doing it. I mean, we've been doing, anytime I'm invited, Senator Whitaker, I always go. I always take the opportunity to educate the public, but I always piggyback wherever the governor is going as well, because roads are always a major issue.
Yeah, I think we have to work on the community groups. I don't think we should have to legislate everything. I have legislation in already to say that we have to have community groups and all that. But I think we can safely say do that without. Let's work with the community groups. You reach out to them, and then working with this committee. Why don't we work on a tour, going to different communities, hearing their concerns? Because a number of folks have indicated to me, former commissioners, assistant commissioners, come out to my road and it's still the same. Or like in Work and Rest, where it's not completed, or in this, in Mamiju, different areas, as we go different Calcahoon. I mean, I can name all the different roads, right? Where there's some work that's been partially done but not complete, right? And what does complete really mean? So for the public to understand and be aware what completion is, especially when they are in their little area where maybe perhaps it's a private road, and that distinction needs to be made as well. But I really encourage, with the private road discussion, there's some real serious issues. The final question I have for you is the Complete Streets legislation. Both myself, Senator Payne, and pushing and working with obviously ARP as a chief advocate. How are you working on that implementation of that legislation in terms of policies for complete streets, walkability of our roads?
So I believe that bill is currently on the governor's desk for signature. I don't know if he's executed it as yet. I know we have, from a walkability perspective, we've been meeting with several groups to include the Trail Alliance, the VI Trail Alliance. We've been working with the Department of Health, other community groups to make sure that, whenever we have major projects, we're including sidewalks for walkability. We are going to, once it's executed, we are going to implement the Complete Streets policy. I have been speaking to the other sponsor as well about making sure that we do that. But I mean, again, on any major project, especially on the federal side, we always have those, the community engagement piece where they get a chance to review and give feedback. So I think our residents should always utilize those. But again, call, give us some conversation, let us know your recommendations. And we are hoping to have the Complete Streets bill implemented, hopefully by the end of the year.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Senator Vielle, you recognized for your 3 minutes. In between time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't realize we were having a next one. Thank you so much. Is there any plan for a wall around the St. Thomas Cemetery? I know we have had a discussion before.
Yes, we actually have the design done. It's completed. So we're just hopefully trying to find the funding for it. We're anticipating. I could talk to you about the funding offline because I don't want to put it out there for the public. But yeah, we do have a design done and complete.
Okay, so if you can provide that information for us so that we're able to move on. In reference to Christiansted and Frederiksted roads, what is the status? I know we were waiting on waste management. I know first it was the water lines. I think that has been completed. And then we were waiting on waste management. Are we still waiting on waste management?
Yes, so for Christiansted, we are still waiting on waste management. And then for Frederiksted, we completed phase 1. That was complete earlier this year. And phase 2 is actually underway currently for the Frederiksted roads.
Okay, and does waste management have a timetable as to when they're going to complete their part of the job?
That's a good question. I don't have a time frame right now, to be honest with you.
Okay, those roads back of Christiansted have been dug up for the last like 4 to 5 years. And I am not sure as to whether or not waste management even have an idea as to when they're going to be able to complete the project so that the overall paving can be done.
Like I said, I don't have any information other than what we've shared.
Okay. The status of the Paulie Joseph Stadium. How is that progressing in terms of completion, utilization of funds? We did appropriate some additional, I think, $8 million. Are the monies that were allocated going to be sufficient to finish the project?
I do believe at this point we may need to have some discussions about some additional funds to finish up. Right now, the project as it stands is progressing nicely. We are having regular project meetings. We've poured the slabs for both the right field and the left field. Hopefully, we should be pouring the slab for center field soon, and then you should already be seeing the walls go up on.
1 minute.
You should already start to see some of the walls going up. So I think it's moving pretty good.
What percentage completion?
I don't have an exact percent, Senator, but I know we're still on task to achieve substantial completion in November of this year, and then we should be finally complete in March of this year with the current scope. But like I said, we do believe just on what we're seeing now, we may have to come back to this body.
In March of next year?
March of 2023, yes. I'm sorry. Yes, correct.
Okay. Because my concern is, looking at it, I don't know if we can, would you say we're at 50% completion?
Like I said, I can't say for right now. I know I can get back to you that percentage complete, but I can't give you a percent right now. We're moving.
Okay,
there's so much. There's just a lot of site work.
In terms of monies, we have paid them more than 75%, and I don't think we have 75% completion. So I'm very worried about our ability to complete that project within budget.
Duly noted, Senator.
Time.
Okay. Okay. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Before I go to your point of inquiries, go ahead, Senator. You might ask me this. You might ask the same question, but go ahead. Go ahead with your point. Commissioner, in respect to payment with any contract, what's your policy or procedure in terms of payment? Because as the Senator just said, they have 75%, but the work is like at least 30%. So how does it work on a regular basis? That's my question.
So we're submitted, every contractor on every project submits what we call a periodical estimate, a request for payment. It's based on the percentage of the amount complete for that time that they're submitting payment for. So we do go out, we do inspect to make sure that the work that they're claiming has been complete. We do our inspection reports, and then once the engineer or the project manager, at the time, deems that the application is true, they sign off on it, then I sign off on it, or whether if it's through our user agency, they'll sign off first, and then we get it to review their work. As far as payment goes, once the payment request is completely executed, we do try to get those done, I would say, in some cases within 15 days, in some cases 30 days, depending on the funding source.
Okay, very well. Senator Gittins, you recognize for your point of inquiry or information?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you and the Finance Chair just went there. I was trying to figure out how these payments are paid as well. So let's look at the Melvin H. Evans Highway. How is the Melvin H. Evans Highway broken down by project?
I'm going to ask Mr. McLean to respond.
The project was broken up into 6 segments.
And can you tell us step by step what are the 6 segments?
Okay.
You're from the St. Thomas and John district, so if you need to revert back to your notes, please do so. But I really need to get that understanding.
Okay, the 6 segments were, we did East Airport to Diageo. We did...
and when you say East Airport Road to Diageo,
right.
You're talking about both the eastbound and westbound lane?
Yes.
Okay.
The next phase was Home Depot to Sunny Isle. We did West Airport. No, we did West Airport. We did Hannah's Rest to Good Hope. We have to do, the last segment that we have to do is Good Hope to Williams Delight. The contractor is finalizing West Airport.
Let me ask you first, because I'm getting a little confused. So, of the 6 segments, how many segments are completed?
5.
5. Which, and that's the entire Melvin Evans Highway?
Yes.
So the one segment that's not completed is which one?
Good Hope to Williams Light.
And when is that going to be?
Starting in May.
Starting in May. Why the delay?
We went out to bid the end of last year. And
that wasn't 3 minutes. That was a point of inquiry, Mr. Timekeeper. Sorry.
And we just received concurrence from Federal Highway in award. So now the contract is currently being executed.
All right, and so I don't go overboard on this point of inquiry, I must say, even the other 5 segments, I'm not satisfied with any of it. The highway is like a roller coaster. When you look at the highway, the West Airport Road coming from, I forget the community there, as you're coming around the corner by Enfield Green, heading towards the main road, past Cruise and Rum, etc. That road in itself was supposed to have been redone. I ain't seen no work. I ain't seen nobody went back there to redo anything. Then we got on the Evans Highway from that same West Airport Road to Williams Light, and the same thing again with the roadways not being leveled. And I'm operating an updated vehicle now that tells you when the road isn't even. So we need to look at the inspections of these roads, and before we pay out. During my 3 minutes, hopefully I'll have the time to ask about the capacity of our local contractors, because I've told at least 3 governors, I don't believe that we have the capacity here locally. And this was our opportune time to look on the outside and get the professional assistance that we need and just ensure that our local operators here got a piece of the pie. That's what we were supposed to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Before I go to the point of inquiry by Senator Whitaker, it actually was your time, so you could complete your thought after Senator Whitaker. It was your time. After your point of inquiry, it's your time for your 3 minutes. But I'll let Senator Whitaker ask, and then I'll let you go back and finish your statement, okay? Senator Whitaker?
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner Gabriel, how are you coordinating with the CEO, Andrew Smith? I had a meeting with him last month about the lights on the highway, and I understood that we lost opportunity for funding with FEMA over the lights on the highway. And just how are you coordinating with WAPA with respect to these lights on the highway? Have you all reached a point where we can move beyond this sort of the stalemate status quo with respect to the lights all throughout the highway?
So we've been talking. We've been having a conversation. Since he came on board, we spoke. Prior to him, we had been meeting with both his distribution team, as well as the folks that are managing their disaster recovery projects. To be honest with you, like I said, Senator Whitaker, my team and I have just decided to really take it on where we can. Whenever we have projects, wherever we have the additional funding, we've been addressing it. We've been scraping some funding even through our local budget to replace some of the heads on St. Thomas, because it's becoming a safety hazard. And every time I come before this body, I'm asked about streetlights. Every time I speak to a constituent, I'm asked about streetlights. So we've been doing it. We haven't been waiting. I know, like I said, we have some follow-up meetings with WAPA to get it figured out. But the governor has asked for a plan, and I plan to present him one over the summertime.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Senator Gittins, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I haven't, the time going so fast, I hadn't had a chance to verify, but I have my office doing some research to see if these lighting is under WAPA and the highway. I want to make sure of that. And then I'd like to get a listing from you all with regards to the 6 segments that you speak of on the highway, because you stated that one segment is incomplete, and that's the segment between Good Hope and Hannah's Rest.
Williams Delight.
I mean, Williams Delight and Hannah's
Good Hope.
And Good Hope. Okay, Williams Delight and Good Hope, that's right. However, there's another part as well that I don't think was touched, and that's between Home Depot and Profit.
Because that's a part of the Clifton Hill project. So the Clifton Hill project, the contract is currently being executed, and so the Clifton Hill project is going to include the widening, putting in the turn lanes on Melvin Evans as a part of that project.
And going back to the lighting, isn't that on the highway? Isn't that a part of Federal Highway, the Federal Highway project?
So the lighting, we could install lighting as a part of a federal aid project, but still the maintenance of street lighting falls
under WAPA.
Yeah, really, it's a responsibility of the government to maintain the lighting. But then there's legislation that just says there's a blanket statement that says that WAPA is responsible for maintaining all the street lights in the territory.
Okay, let me go here quickly. Now, the secretary earlier spoke about, I'm talking about our good secretary, spoke about, she started a conversation about the integrity of our roads.
1 minute.
Where are the assessment reports on our 2 major highways? Do we have an assessment report been done on both highways? Yes or no, quickly?
I would say yes, as we implemented an asset management.
For both Queen Mary and Melvin Evans?
We in our asset management software that we rolled out recently, we had the company come in and do a pavement assessment of all the roadways.
Okay, you're my boy, but I ain't comfortable with your response. So I'm gonna ask for a copy of the assessment report for both highways. Now, you spoke, Commissioner, I think it's page 11 of your testimony. You spoke about the Office of Public Transportation. And I may quote, if I may quote, the ferry transportation program was approved and officially accepted by the Federal Transit Administration and Federal Highway Administration in October 2021, after many years of having the ferry service within the U.S. Virgin Islands recognized as an integral part of our public transportation multimodal system. You went on that this is the first ever developed and approved ferry transportation program plan for the territory, and thus far grants have been submitted for St. Croix-St. Thomas route. Will we see any subsidized or affordable travel between St. Croix and St. Thomas based on this October 2021 FTA and FHWA agreement?
So I'm going to let Ms. McGregor respond.
Mr. McGregor, with the approval of the ferry transportation program plan, we are now eligible for grant funds for capital, which would include vessels, engines, any major components for vessels, as well as infrastructure.
Great. So have we applied for any of this yet so that we can see affordable travel between the island of St. Croix and St. Thomas?
Yes. Thus far, we've submitted 2 grants for the St. Croix-St. Thomas route and 1 grant for the St. John-St. Thomas route, with the intention of submitting additional grants, I think, this week and next week.
Okay, great. If we could get a listing of those grants that you also submitted and where we're at in the grant process.
I'll do you one better. I can actually send you some letters that you could provide your letter of support for our grant applications that we're submitting.
Indeed. I will definitely do a support letter so that we can get these funds. And lastly, I think you attended, I'm going to wrap it up here, Mr. Chair. I think you attended, you and your team, Mr. McLean might have gotten to travel on this one. You guys attended a a conference and workshop, someplace that spoke to infrastructure monies coming to the territory.
Yes.
Where are we on this, and where does the territory stand to benefit from these monies that we're talking about?
So we're in a good position. I think I think Public Works is in a very unique position in that we meet with just about every entity under the USDOT flag. So we've been talking to them about how to tap in to not only grant opportunities, but also it's like other formula-driven opportunities as well, just so we could try to get some federal dollars for some of these projects that we've had online for quite some time. I think the federal government now more than ever with the Biden administration is looking at ways to connect disenfranchised communities, especially those that are black and brown. So I think now we're in a better position than we've been in previous years to apply and successfully win these grant awards.
But we need to be like pit bulls on these projects, you know, so that we can go out after these funding. We can't just say that the fundings are available for the disenfranchised or the less whatever communities and whatnot, and we're not actually aggressively going after these fundings. So hopefully we are aggressively going after them, and once we acquire these funding, that we put it to proper use and we're able to see things happening step by step.
No question.
All right?
No
But
question.
the highway project, again, coming back to that, that piece starting here and then ending and then starting down in the west and then coming up and then we forget what happened in the middle and whatnot, it's really not a good site on the Melvin Evans Highway. I would love to get on that highway from from Soniels to Hannah's Rest and have a smooth ride. Again, thank you and your team for all that you're doing, but we have a lot of work to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Giddens. My line of questioning is going to be all for Ms. McGregor.
Point of inquiry.
Go ahead with your point of inquiry, Senator, and then I'll go after you.
Yeah, just quickly, I want some more details. What are we seeking with the grant application for the St. Croix St. Thomas route? Are we seeking new ferry boats, or are we seeking in that grant application?
Carol Overson McGregor, we are seeking 2 new ferry boats, totaling approximately $25 million is what we've asked for in those grants.
Okay, great. What was the capacity of each boat?
The capacity would be 347.
Okay, and last question, Mr. Commissioner. Federal highways lighting don't fall under WAPA, it falls under Public Work.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, because I heard the discussion with WAPA versus Public Works with the highway, but we have appropriated some $1.5 million at the end of October, I think last year, to get the project done. So we're on target to use the 1.5 million?
That's correct. That's included in this last segment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, no problem. Ms. McGregor. Yeah, By trying on the bus system, I want to speak to that. I know that in the past you spoke to an app. We spoke about reducing the time in terms of the route in town. Those that run in town would be, the turnaround point would be by Snyder regional area, and those that in the country will stay in the country. That way it will assess the reliability. You know for sure what time the bus coming, it's on time, etc. Where are we at with that whole system and in terms of that plan? Moving forward to upgrade our system, make sure it's dependable, which will increase your profit, etc., etc. It's so important. I want you to speak to that, please, to include training also. Okay. So the floor is yours.
Carol Overson McGregor. Senator, in the past 2 years, we have implemented an intelligent transportation system, also known as Route Match. That system is in full service with our 88 paratransit service. It was our intention and plan to implement the same system on a fixed route service. Just before the system was to be implemented, Route Match notified us that they will not be able to implement that service on our fixed route system. Route Match was purchased by, what's the name? Uber. Route Match was purchased by Uber, and we suspect that they were not in the position to provide 100% service for that system, which is a cloud-based system that would track the buses and identify the distance from each bus stop. Even though we had already codified over 2,000 locations territory-wide, Route Match still wasn't able to provide that service. We are in the process of identifying other companies that we can then go back out to bid that would be able to service the Virgin Islands.
That was my question, if there isn't anyone else who can do that.
We are in discussions with other companies. The problem that we have is that we have a lot of what we call dead spots, and the buses aren't able to communicate with the system by cloud.
Okay, what about the system now in terms of the buses themselves? Those that's in town stay in town, those that's in the country stay in the country, and you have a centralized area. What about that plan going
That
forward?
plan, we still have that plan in place. What we have to identify is property where we can place a transfer station on the island of St. Thomas.
Derek Gabriel, Commissioner. I just want to add, we have been speaking with both the Lockhart company in that area as well as property and procurement to try to find, because both entities see the importance of having a transfer station there. So we have been trying to find or work with both entities to find a small footprint to include that. And I'm being a little aggressive, but I do want to have a concession there as well.
What type of footprints are we speaking to? How much space do you need?
I would say, that's what I was just saying. I hope in at least a quarter acre. At least a half an acre to an acre, right, Carol?
We're looking at a half-acre piece of property because we're also going to need areas for buses to park and do the complete transfer at that site. And the facility would include space for the dispatch unit, space for lounge for the bus operators, as well as possibly a concession stand for passengers for the buses.
I look forward to seeing such a system here in this territory. That would be a game changer for many, and in terms of service, reliability, convenience, etc. I think it would be a win-win for us all, and it would be something to be proud of. So I look forward to working with you guys on assuring that happens in the time I'm here.
Senator, once we can identify a piece of property, we can then move forward with our grant application for the site.
Very well. Thank you for that. Point of increase, Senator Whitaker.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner Gabriel, back on April 1st of last year, I actually sent a letter of support regarding the graveyard project. That specifically through it's the Cemetery Preservation Project, working with SHPO. What is the status of that project as we address our grave sites, restore them, work with the families for their loved ones? What's the status of that?
So I believe that one that you did, we were not. I don't think we won that grant.
You weren't? Okay.
No, I don't think we won that one.
I didn't write a strong letter. The letter wasn't strong enough? Okay.
I don't think we won that
Okay,
grant.
so you didn't. Okay, well, I just say let's continue to push for that and wherever the support be rendered. So that's a good, so I didn't know what the status was, but in interim, so then how are y'all, even though not receiving the grant, how are you still working with certain, maybe selecting certain grave sites, yards to start off with historic, especially the historic towns?
I had actually a great, a young lady that used to work for us that is now working for the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. And she's continued working on that project. We've partnered with Tulane University, and they're about to start the GIS mapping for the cemeteries, which I think is the start to that process. From there, we'll be moving into the digitization of the records. So we're moving on. What we've been doing is just utilizing our DPW general funds, as well as any of the funds that we generate from the cemeteries, from the burial permits, to pay for those services.
Okay.
And again, the universities do provide the services just at a lower rate. It just takes a while to get them engaged.
Okay, thank you.
And Commissioner, in respect to cemeteries, are we still trying to purchase property out in the east based on space here, especially in this district?
Yes, yeah, we've been, it's a continued ongoing discussion. We've been talking to the adjacent property owners.
Okay.
And then I do want to add that in St. John, we've been aggressively looking for space over there as well, because they're just about out of space.
Okay, very well. Colleagues, I'm going to give everyone one more question before I wrap up. If you have any burning questions. Yeah, being very generous today. Getting you recognized for your one burning your one burning question, Senator getting you recognized for your burning question.
Commissioner, you know I couldn't give up that just one day, right? Although we go into a project and I'll be able to talk to you then, but let's go straight to the graveyards. When are we going to see a plan in place that we actually have a layout of what our graveyard is supposed to look like, especially if we're looking at any new sites? We don't need the graveyards to be looking the way that they're looking now.
No, you're right. So this is the first step that we're in right now, like I said, which is really doing the GIS mapping to see where we are with the current grave locations. The next step, like I said, is not only digitization, but also expanding the actual footprint of the sites. And then we're going to go out and do surveys and as-built so that we know where we are and where the plots are. But in addition, I just want to add, we are revising and actually hoping to promulgate rules and regulations for the cemeteries that should really help us out tremendously in that regard as well.
So what's the next location for the cemetery here in St. Croix?
So we just did, it's approximately 6 acres that we added to Kings Hill. We have some additional opportunities there for expansion. But that's right now, Kings Hill is the one that we've identified for expansion. I don't think there's expansion opportunities in Frederickstead or Christiansted.
So before we start to bury on that 6 acres, will we have this plan in place that you speak of?
We should have the rules and regulations done before the end of the year. And then we are also doing some crypts and columbariums that should help us as well so that we don't have to keep, in St. Thomas we use crypts, which is the multi-level vaults.
Right.
So that should help us as well to maximize space.
And that's what you're using on St. Croix, you're saying?
Correct. We're going to start using those on St. Croix as well.
Right, but not the entire 6 acres.
No.
Right.
No,
so I still would like to see the plan. But thank you very much on that. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. I must say that we had a very robust discussion today. Earlier today we had individuals from the different telecommunication companies in respect to the operations and what the plans are moving forward in the territory. And I would like to give you 30 seconds each to make a closing statement, or if you want to speak for the whole team, that's fine too.
Sure. I mean, I want to say that, Senator, I appreciate the opportunity to provide such a comprehensive overview of what we've been doing. I do want to say that both Ms. McGregor and Mr. McLean they're just scratching at the surface as to what we have in the department. We have some great men and women that show up every day committed to making improvements in the territory and really being the transformation that we want to see. I do want to publicly thank both Ms. McGregor and Mr. McLean for joining me today. And I want to publicly thank all the men and women of the department. And again, just to ask the people of the territory for their patience, their trust, and their understanding. It is a difficult road that we're paving, no pun intended. But we are committed to getting to the end and seeing a better territory for everybody. So thank each and every one of you for your collaboration, both on and off the Senate floor. And I look forward to continuing this work for the people of the territory.
And I want to thank you for your responses and for the work you continue to do. I want to thank all of the hardworking employees at the Department of Public Works for their continued dedication to the people of the Virgin Islands. And I want to thank my colleagues for being here with us all day today. Very good questions. I want to thank the viewing and listening audience for tuning in. Staff, central staff, public affairs, security, everyone. And most importantly, my team, my staff, for all of the preparation and basically putting this meeting together. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication is hereby adjourned.
Thank you, guys. Good times, man.
Thank you, Senator.